Zini from,
And Siri.
oh,
And Siri.
I have to open the meeting. I'm now officially opening our study session. I forget the number, but it is on, June 6th, 2025, and we are doing interviews with candidates for the executive director. So our first candidate is Andy Bass. I've introduced Kathy Frazzini. This is Ken Lucas, board member, and Keith Gardner. And you already know Rob and Deanna. So, I think Kathy has a question she'd like to start with.
Thank you. It's lovely to meet you. We're so glad that you're here.
Thank you.
We're just gonna kind of round robin you with some questions, if that's okay. And
Absolutely.
certainly we'll reserve some time for you to ask questions as well, if you like. We all have seen, we have a big packet on you. For those of us who weren't.
Oh.
Before, we've had the opportunity to look at that, but what we're most curious about is just if you could describe why you think you're the most ideal candidate for the next exam.
Let's go right for the, this
No,
one.
jugular.
I know that's like the last one. No, let's, okay, we're ready. Yeah, thank you all first off. Very excited to be here and I'll try not to be a broken record, so I apologize if I repeat myself, but just a little bit about me to explain maybe the why. So I was born and raised actually literally probably a mile from here, just on the other side of the golf course. That's where I live. That's where I grew up. And so, and it's not just me and my wife. She grew up just off of Broadway, about, kind of right in Broadway. So you have both of us who graduated from Arapahoe High School. This is home, and the hope and dream for all of us was always to come home. For me, my background, I did not originally actually want to. I didn't even know about Parks and Rec. I mean, I knew I did like South Suburban and stuff. Like I did it, but I didn't know that it was a job. Like you could like work in this. What? That's amazing. And I went to college. I was actually going to go into the medical field, and so. While I was doing that, I just did a part-time job just to get by. I was working in after-school programs with the school district. And I was like the only guy who worked there. So they're like, I know exactly where you're going. They threw me to the worst school with the most rowdy bunch of boys. And they're like, good luck, have fun. You're gonna deal with these guys every day till 6 o'clock. No idea what I was doing. But I started, as I got to know these kids, I realized that none of them knew who their father was, or their father was in jail, or like I said, just absent. And you kind of dive into it, no uncles, and they really didn't have kind of that male influence. And I was like, well, this is a cool opportunity. I can get paid, but maybe I can be a model of what it means to be a man and how do you treat others, and how I can just hopefully, maybe help them in their life a little bit. And so it got me. I shared in a presentation earlier, I would get letters from these kids and they'd be like, you're like my father. And I was like, what is going on here? Like, this is really, really impactful. And so I switched, through these jobs. I met Park and Rec professionals there, for Salt Lake County. And they're like, hey, you can run a ski program for us. And I'm like, wait a second. You're gonna pay me to go skiing. And I remember sitting on the chair like being like, I'm getting paid right now. This is so amazing. And so I was just like, this just fits me. And this is just who I think I am. And I can really just have an impact. That's what I wanted a career that was impactful. And so at that point, it was like, this is it. And so if you would have asked me back then, Andy, what's your dream job? Like, what's this all going for? I would have told you, I want to be the director of South Suburban. Because again, this is where I grew up. The trails, I mean, this is everything to me. I learned to swim, I mean, all the stuff. And I was like, I would love to go back home and just lead South Suburban. That's before I even realized how great South Suburban is. I mean, it was just like, so green behind the ears, but that's been the dream. And so why would I be the best candidate? Is that this has been the focus for my entire career. On every step I've taken, and I could literally take you through every one of my jobs, and I can explain to you why I made the jump to that job, because I thought it would prepare me for today, to be honest. 10 years ago, when Rob was hired, I saw it and I was like, oh, yeah, like, here we go. I was a director for 15 years at that point. I started getting everything ready and I realized I just had this feeling like it's not time, you have things you have to learn. And so I didn't apply it, and so I kind of went through this reflection process of like, well, why did I feel that way? What were the things that I feel like I am missing? And I started writing them down, and it's like, okay, it's gonna open up at some future point. And again, literally, I just started making a game plan, like, okay, I need more experience working directly with a board, with an elected body. And it's like, okay, how do I do that? Well, I can work in the city manager's office. That's why I'm a deputy city manager, straight up. That is the reason why I promoted, was to gain that experience. So again, I could be ready when that opportunity comes. So all the other candidates are great, certainly never say anything negative about a fellow professional. But I think the focus, this isn't just a job. I'm not coming here to finish a career or to like step into something. This has been the goal. And I would love to retire from here and have the impact that it's had on them. So it's important that, my wife, again, sometimes you have like disconnect of, we gotta move somewhere, and maybe I'm good, and she, you know what I mean? She is 100% on board, and again, this is her hometown too, so you're getting the team effort to come here and to be a part of this. It's not just for me professionally, this is the family. I have a son who's gonna be a senior, not super excited, not super excited, and I love him, and I have so much empathy for him, but we had a great talk about chase your dreams. And I'm like, son, I want you to chase your dreams, but I gotta chase mine too. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So you were asked to prepare, an oral
I was
presentation.
hoping we forgot about that.
I'll try to
I was not gonna say a word, to be honest with you.
No, we're trying to sneak up on you.
Yeah, it's like-
So if you are prepared, or if you want me to review any of the things that we asked of you, it's your choice.
I can just go with it. And I wrote it down. Again, it's, I didn't want to freestyle this one. I wanted to make sure that my thoughts were clear on it. So, excuse me for reading, more of it. I will put a caveat, like one of the requirements was look at about 100 sheets of org chart. And you're like, holy cow, like I work for a large city and this is a lot. And so I would just put an asterisk, like, this is just looking at a piece of paper, and the org chart is really people. And so all of these things are just looking at a piece of paper. It really takes knowing the people and knowing the jobs, and before any of these changes could actually be implemented. So I just put an asterisk that, and my first week, you're not saying, hey, why didn't you reorder it? These are just me looking and spitballing a little bit. So anyways, again, thank you for this opportunity to share with you kind of some of my vision for the future of the district. Someone again with deep roots and a passion for public service. I'm really excited how we can really look at organizational culture, collaborative and a cohesive team, and really kind of reset South Suburban under some new leadership. So here's my vision for South Suburban: is one, we're unified in purpose, and that includes all of our cities and counties and partners that we work with. That our staff is empowered to be in action. The worst thing is I don't want staff coming to me to get approval for every decision. I want them to roll. I want to give them a vision and direction and some guidelines, and I want them to go execute. And then the final vision is just be deeply engaged. Hopefully residents feel like they can reach out to us. Sometimes local government, there's, can be negative views on that. And I don't want that to be South Suburban. I want them to feel like, hey, I got a problem in Littleton, maybe I can approach Littleton or whatever. I'm not saying there's a problem in Littleton, just putting that out there, but maybe they have a problem with one of our partners, and if they could see us as someone who could help them educate and share their information, I think that's a win, because we're the approachable ones. That would be amazing. So in order to achieve this vision, really it's about culture. And so some of 3 points that I'd really like to develop the culture of is where there's no silos, right? We have synergy, where we have people talking and working with each other. And it's really, that foundation is trust. And so there has to be trust between this position and you all as our governing body, that we're following your vision and your direction. But there also needs to be trust between this position and the staff, that we are supportive of them and that we are, trying to help them to be the best professionals that they can be. I want innovation to be encouraged. You can't certainly rest on your current, I mean, you guys have won like every award, you're CAPRA accredited, you won the gold award. I mean, and I had totally geeked out, like I was embarrassment for the people next to me because you guys won. And I like stood up and started cheering. And I'm like with all these Arizona people, they're like, what is wrong? Like, what are you doing? And I'm like, and they're like, you're like, what is wrong? I'm like, it's South Suburban. And they're like, I don't know what South Suburban is. And I'm like, so I totally geeked out and I still won't live that one down. But, anyways, and really, I want all the team members here of South Suburban, I want them to feel valued, but also connected. I will challenge them to make this not just a job, to go and impact people. And so be connected to that vision. So I looked at the org chart, and again, here's my big asterisk. Some things that I saw is, one, I do think there's some fragmented department structure. There's some imbalance of direct reports. I see some people who have got like 10 and some who have 1 or 2. And so that's just a thing that looks interesting to me. There appears to be some redundancies across divisions where they're doing the same work. Limited communication, I think, is an outfall of that. There's not really a centralized operational component. And I do think maybe there's a potential to at least explore and have the discussion of, are there things we can contract out that would allow our staff to be refocused onto high top priority facilities or whatnot. So I have 4 actions that I think I would like to bring that I think will help in some of these things. The first one would be the creation of what I call cross-functional leadership teams. And these are teams that are composed of key department workers. And it's really focused on implementing your strategic plan and just straight up problem solving. So this mirrors a model that we created in Chandler, where we meet quarterly with different groups, and it's all about problem solving. So we have one group that's public safety, so that's our police, fire, and then all of our people related to homelessness. We have one for recreation and culture, that's parks, recreation, libraries, and our cultural programs. And then the one that I'm directly over is development, and that's economic development, development services, public works, and our downtown redevelopment people. This really is focused on problem solving. This isn't like a monthly update, like tell me what you've been doing. So like in ours in development, we're coming in our next meeting and we're saying we need to redo our codes so that we can entice development, good development that we want. And then on the development side, we can receive it and we can get them through as quickly and as seamlessly as possible. And we feel like we have codes that make that difficult. So this group, again, that's our process. We're coming all together. You have utilities, you have everyone who will touch this project is looking at their codes and saying, yeah, this is something we can change. And we're implementing it. So these are things that are actually pushing forward some of the problems that we see. And it really helps. Economic development's been working on the project for 3 years. It's really nice to have a clean handover to development services to get that project through the review process. Some other ideas is a unified recreation division. Consider splitting it into 2 focused units. One that would focus on recreation services that will handle programs, athletics, and events. And then another one that would work on recreational facilities, aquatics, ice, hospitality, and maintenance. And then the third one would be focused on staff development and preparation, succession planning. Really, the talent is at the heart of everything we'll do internally. The people are our greatest asset. They are the ones who make this happen. So we'll follow some models that we did in Chandler. One would be looking at creating a leadership academy. We work directors and the managers that report to them. They meet quarterly, and we created a second group that is basically their direct reports and their direct reports. So if that makes sense, like supervisors, coordinator type levels. And so we have quarterly leadership meetings where we do leadership training, of course. We sometimes bring in people or we have other people facilitate. I've facilitated classes. But really the goal is for them to get to know each other. Because we know there's gonna be some sort of problem or conflict that they're gonna have to work, across, city with. So the goal is that you have a relationship with someone, and when you have an issue, you can call them up and be like, oh, hey, yeah, Jim, this is Amy, yeah, we're friends, we know each other. And we've really seen it change how people interact with each other. We see an overall satisfaction of just feeling like they're connected with the broader vision of the city. Also, we do a mentorship program. It's all internal, where people apply to become a part of it. And they put in, here's our goals that I want to accomplish through being a mentor. And then they're matched with someone who's doing that. So if someone wants to learn more about accounting, they will be paired with for 6 months with someone in accounting to be their mentor. And they meet every couple of weeks, and they just kind of go through this mentorship program. Again, it really creates good bonds, and it helps people learn skills and explore other parts of the city that they might be interested in. Let's see here. Other places I've worked, we had wasn't, I don't know, a policy, but it was kind of a philosophy that if you've been in a position for 5 years or longer, we would open it up and consider repurposing you and moving you around. So like in recreation, because what we found, the reason we're causing this is we were having open positions and none of our internal candidates were really rising to the top. And we're like, what's going on? Like, they're so good, but when they get in the interview, they're just getting kind of creamed by these external ones. And we realized it was because we had them so focused on an area. So if you did the pools and you were aquatics, that's all you did. So if you wanted to become a recreation manager and oversee more than just aquatics, people who had that experience would just come in and clean up. And so this was an opportunity for us to say, okay, you've been an aquatics coordinator for 8 years. We're gonna move you and we're gonna put you over youth sports. And so it kind of rocks the boat a little bit. So one, you're giving them cross-sectional skills, and now as they get ready to promote or to look for new opportunities, now they got the full picture of things to talk about. We've done it with park maintenance. We moved them over to recreation because they're like, I want to be a director. You're not going to be a director if you don't have all this experience. And so, so there's good benefits for the employee, but the best part is for the organization. And I termed it park blind, but if you do something over and over for so many years, you miss stuff. You start to, if you go to a park that you've been to for 20 years, and there's a problem right here, and it's been there for 20 years, you're not gonna see it. And so when you put fresh eyes and they come and they're like, well, what's going on here? Why haven't we fixed this? They're like, oh, I haven't noticed it was even there. And so it helps with that kind of that blindness of a facility or a park. And you get fresh eyes. So you kind of like leapfrog. You just keep getting better and better because you get new eyes, new perspectives, and while you're developing your staff. So it's kind of a win-win that I've done in the past. Of course, everyone typically agrees to it. It's not like a forced thing. And then the last point I have on here is look at benefits of maybe centralizing facility maintenance into one group. The next part I think I was asked to focus on was on leadership and management style, and kind of what the vision would be here for my first 6 months. And so as a leader, I believe in being present, transparent, and again, empowering. Whether that's ride-alongs with staff, open door, I hate open door policy. My door's open, come talk to me if you need me. No, regular leadership communication, but visibility and humility, that's gonna be my style. That's what I hope people will see. It's gonna be vision oriented. One thing that is very, very important to me, and the leadership team kind of gave me a strange look on this one, but I understand why, is I strongly believe in the importance of meeting with every single new employee that comes into this district. If this was my private business and I invested millions of dollars into it, I would absolutely make sure I talked to every single new employee that came into my business and made sure they understood my vision and what I want them to do. And this is what I've done as a director. And it's not all one-on-one. So if there's a big hiring, aquatics, they always do a preseason big training. So it can be in those settings, but it's important for every employee for them to hear my vision and to be challenged to do a great job for this district. And the challenge is always, this is not just a job, this is so much more. Go and create an impact, go and impact someone's life. I tell different stories that I've seen through my career where people have done that. And that's critically important to me, that everyone in here understands my vision and what I expect of them. Trust and partnership. We met with all the city managers of the other cities, and that was fun. I got some great notes and some good takeaways from that. But really creating good trust and a true partnership with each one of them, our nonprofits, local influencers. Quickly, because I know there's a time constraint. One success was in Reno. We had major funding struggles after the recession, major funding struggles. And so our infrastructure was crumbling. We had a 50-year-old pool that it was done, had to get demolished. But something that's been in the community for 50 years, it's a landmark at that point. And so promises were made that that pool would be rebuilt. But the second after the promise, the soccer clubs realized that's a pretty great spot for a new soccer field, and it became really political. And the project got a lot of opposition. Previous directors had tried to fundraise for it, and they failed in that. So I became the director, and I was like, I gotta try, if I at least have to say I tried to get this thing funded. I created partnerships with a local foundation who gives grants for projects. And to make a long story short, we worked through a lot of good successes, and they ended up granting us $9 million. And this was a foundation that was not, the city was not in a good light with them. They did not like the city. Some past projects had failed. So I had to overcome that. It was the largest grant that foundation has ever given, and it was the largest grant that the city has received. And it was strictly from building that relationship. And it took some time, but I feel like I could call them today and say, I need money. They don't fund in Colorado, I'm sorry. But it became that type of relationship where they knew if I was involved in a project, that they were gonna get the publicity they wanted, and it was gonna be done up to their standard. And so that's kind of the field that I would wanna create here, is that, if you need support, we're here to support you. We're gonna get things done, and it's gonna be done to a high standard with our partners. For staff, I really wanted to be collaboration, approachable, and presence, again, my leadership style. I had the fun job last year being the acting director of development services. So whoever thought putting a park and rec guy over development services, I don't know what my boss was thinking, but it turned out to be an amazing experience. But when I first got there, I walk into the building and it is dead silent. And this is someone who loves rec centers. I'm like, this is too quiet. What's going on here? Everyone was in their cubicle, no one was talking. There was a lot of resentment as I started to get to know people between the divisions. And I was like, ooh, we got problems here. And so I called an all group meeting. I said, everyone get out of here. Let's come meet in the middle. I said, okay, I got good news for you and I got bad news for you. And they're like, what is that? I said, I'm about to park and wreck all of you. And they're like, what? I said, you guys, we're all here together so much. We should be able to enjoy this time together. And so I believe any good team has a common enemy. And so we decided that we were going to pick on Public Works because they were right next to us. And we started making little challenges to Public Works. It's like, hey, Public Works, you're great, but we're going to smoke you in a cornhole tournament. You guys are terrible. And then they would respond back.
I am so sorry.
That's okay. And so we kind of went back and forth a little bit, and it's like, okay, showdown on. We're gonna set up a lunch. Everyone's gonna come out here at lunch. We're gonna play cornhole. And we're gonna have a little tournament. And unfortunately, since this is being recorded, Public Works won. So that wasn't great. But I'm not a quitter. And so I said, okay, you beat me in cornhole, I'll beat you in pickleball. So we did a pickleball tournament. And what I noticed is literally everyone came out. Not everyone played, which was fine, but they were sitting there watching, they were eating lunch, they were laughing, they were talking. Public Works and Development Services were talking, which is typically they were hitting heads. And I was like, look at this. The worst news is I lost a pickleball tournament too. So I mean, every time I walk in the building on Development Services, it's, hey, when's our next event? And then when I walk into Public Works, they're like, what are we gonna beat you in next? And I'm like, come on, guys. So again, it's creating this atmosphere of oneness, of you belong. And it was never about cornhole, it was never about pickleball. It was about people talking, and it started to change things around to a pretty good spot today.
And I'm gonna play a little bit of timekeeper
Yeah.
and just make sure we have
Okay.
time for some other.
I'm gonna wrap it up right now, how's that? So
Yeah.
here's, first 6 months, here's my goal. Is to meet one-on-one with all the full-time staff, that won't happen in 6 months, that's gonna take a long time. But they need to know who I am, and I would love to know who they are, and I would love to know about their families, their goals, what advice they would give me, being the new person in this role. What changes would they make if they were me? And just to learn from them. Launch these cross-functional leadership teams. Of course, evaluate the org chart and look at that again. But really look at actually developing a written succession plan. But I'll just wrap it up. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I'm just humbled to be here and to be a part of this, and I certainly look forward to working with each of you in the future and creating kind of this new chapter of what's next in the district. So, thank you.
Good, thank you. Ken, did you want to add something?
No, just
Okay.
like your military, next man up. Philosophy, because that's the way we trained everybody, of course. We're to war, not,
Right, right.
so somebody might get taken out and the next guy up knows all about that job because we did rotations of everybody in every division, so. I like that approach.
I don't know, Rob, he'll agree or not, but I do see it, it really is a problem in the profession. Is that you do see people who get kind of siloed into, this is what I am and this is what I do, and it's like. You could be so much more, but you gotta just take a step out. So we took a lady who was our nature, she was our nature preserve, it's all nature, and we put her over our tennis center. And it was like, everyone's like, what the, no, you can't do that, I'm like, just watch out, she is gonna just scream this. Because they just associated her with nature, not realizing she was a Division I soccer player. And we took someone who played tennis all the way his whole life and moved him to nature. And the results, fantastic. Our tennis program's never been better. And it's someone who has never even played tennis. But it was just those fresh eyes and thinking outside the box from our, the box we created. Changing, it was amazing.
Keith, why don't you go ahead?
All right, my question, sorry, Pam. Okay, this is hypothetical, so, the board is split on whether to prioritize open space preservation, maintenance, or recreation facility park expansion. In the next strategic plan or in the budget. As an executive director, how do you facilitate consensus? How do you move forward with or without support? And how do you approach data collection, storytelling, and transparency? I know there's a lot in that question, so I can tell some of that.
Sure, so I guess I would start with, really, the most important thing is my job is to provide correct information that is detailed, that answers all of your questions. If you still have questions about a project or something that we're moving forward, then I didn't do my job, and I need to follow up and make sure that you're understanding all aspects of the project. And so what we currently do, again, I work with the city council, and so I feel like this is what I do pretty much every day is work through issues. We meet frequently with our city council members, and we understand how they feel about it as an individual. And so we kind of can be like, oh, this is what you like about the project, this is what I don't like. And then you kind of start to get like the big picture of where everyone's at. And then you have to go back and you have to kind of start working it, and you have to start trying to find the compromise. So if I can find you a win, something that's really, really important to you, make sure that's in there. And you're willing to give on maybe something that you're like, yeah, I like it, but it's not my number one, I gotta get this. And I think if you can start to work that as a group and kind of make sure everyone's main points are hit. Then at that point, it's direction, you can vote and we'll go whatever direction you want. But I see my role in this is making sure you have the information, that you feel supported. That if there's any public outreach and public feedback, that you know all of that. So that you can make the best decision. And if the decision is we should do open space or a park or whatever, then we'll follow that and we'll be 100% at whatever direction we give. So. But there's ways to do that. I mean, I've done subcommittees if we need to get, if it's, you know, if we need more information, maybe do a subcommittee of the board and we get feedback from a group and we work that through and get the subcommittee good, and then okay, let's bring that to the full board. Here's where our subcommittee got to, and then we can keep working it until we kind of get to hopefully, 95% good, right?
Pete, would you like to? Add on?
You addressed, the development part of employees. My question is about hiring,
Oh, good question.
because you have to get them in the door and you have to get them hired. So when you bring somebody in after hiring, what are the 3 priorities that you give them? Because their job description reads like that booklet.
Right. So, I mean, number one, if you're coming in, know your staff, know who you're working with, spend time with them. And understand what your boss, spend time with them, understand what their expectations are of you. And if you have staff, spend time with them, because that's the most important thing, is that relationship. That's number one. We have to build a good relationship. So I would say spend time. I would also say jump in with 2 feet, but be patient and use these first few months to be a learner, not a teller. We've all worked with people who just jump right in and say, okay, I know exactly where we're going. You're like, they don't know where the bathroom is. Like, it's like like, we have things going. Let us explain that to you. And so, 1, connect with people, and then 2, you need to learn as much as you can, as quick as you can. And then 3, again, I guess would just be jump in. Don't sit in your office. Be part of your team and do your job. If you're working a program, you get to know your participants. If you're running sport programs, go out to some practices, talk to the coaches that have coached in the league for, multiple years. Get to know the key players. Start making the rounds and become visible. Make yourself known and let people know who you are.
The natural follow-up of that is that you have your reports doing that. What about their reports? And how does that translate to retention of employees, as well as the growth opportunities that you mentioned in your in your presentation?
So that's culture building, right? And that's the culture that has to be built. And that does take time. It takes time to get that, but it starts at the top. And it filters down through the leadership team. And so it's my job to hold my team accountable that they're doing those things. And then it will be, if I'm holding them accountable, likely they'll start holding their staff accountable to do those things. So there is a culture change. I think the greatest way to get new employees is have a great culture. Because Parks and Rec is not a huge field. We know everyone, we all talk. And if there's a place that is a bad place to work, everybody knows that. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
And so that's the most important thing when it comes to getting new employees, is creating a really, really good environment, because that will spread like wildfire. And I can promise you, whoever you hire, there's people watching and they're waiting, and they're gonna be talking to everyone they know in here. Hey, how's that new executive director? And that response will set everything in motion. It'll either be like, yeah, great hire. And now you have people who are again interested, or it's gonna be like, oh, kind of rough, right? And that will spread. And so, I mean, like day one, this is gonna be things that are important, because people are watching this.
Say the 3rd level and supervisor in your organization, not your direct report, not their direct report, but the next level. Do they possess that message today?
Well, I'd have to ask Rob if they have it today. I don't know, it's right today. But again, I think those are some of the things that you can, you have the opportunity when you come in to explain kind of, here's my standards, here's my non-negotiables. And that can be part of it, is when, the worst thing you do is when you hire someone and they come in and their computer's not set up, they don't have bad access. I mean, talk about a deflating experience. I mean, so that's, I know that's even not getting to your question. So there's almost a system of, I've created new hire checklist for every single position in my department. And they're required to fill it out. It has keys, it has all the trainings they need to go. And it's like, okay, show me the paper, have they signed it? And they would go and initial it, and so it was an onboarding process. And so I've created formal onboarding process for literally every position, from a basic lifeguard all the way up to, assistant directors. So.
How does that worked out?
It worked out very good in Reno. I don't know if they're still using it. I haven't been there for a while, but it was a good way to make sure, because why I did it is we were missing steps. Some places were really, really good about onboarding, and some were like, yeah, man, there's a shovel, go dig the hole. And so it was like, okay, we gotta be a little bit more standard, and we gotta make sure they're getting the right safety trainings and things like that. In Chandler, it's all, recorded electronically, and so we get reminders electronically that they're due for this training or whatnot. So there's different ways to track it, but it's a way to keep people accountable that they're doing all the required things.
Thank you.
So I have one quick question. It's a little more fun.
Oh, right. I was joking with
So-
Rob, I was like, it would have been great if we just did a Park and Recreation Olympic for this job, like we're gonna play pickleball game winner.
Oh,
We did it.
yeah.
Who can strike fields, who can who can do a zero turn mower, that
A
would be
word of
awesome.
warning, don't challenge Kathy to tennis.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the champ.
Pickleball, though?
A little pickle.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So this is a large, diverse, complex district. Lots of moving parts, programming, park and trail maintenance, operations personnel, lots of stuff. What's your favorite thing to work on?
Oh, wow. It's like asking what your favorite child is.
I know.
That's okay.
Wow.
We're in closed room.
I'll tell you what brings me a lot of joy. It's seniors. There's something about working with seniors that it brings you back to having, and I had great grandparents, and so maybe that's why. But there's nothing better than working with seniors, because all of a sudden you have a gazillion grandparents. It is, and it just, they want to just talk to you. They just want to connect with you. And so, whether it's playing pickleball or whatnot, I did a director challenge where they could challenge me, and I would go do it in a rec center when I was in Cortez, just to try to kind of get into the community a little bit. And they would challenge me to do water aerobics, come do our water aerobics class. And I'm like, oh boy, this will be interesting. They threw me in a deep and I almost drowned. They're trying to kill me, and the Zumba class came and was like, you gotta come do a Zumba class. So there I was, the front row of Zumba, dancing away on a Tuesday night. I mean, but there's something to me about just working with them, and I'm talking maybe not as active seniors who literally just want to come in and talk. And maybe this is the only one meal they're gonna get that day. That is something that is just impactful. In Chandler, they have a karaoke. It is the worst I mean, it's awful karaoke. But the joy to go in there and sing one song with them,
Yeah,
that is just priceless. So,
okay, as follow-up.
but if I could aerate a field,
Oh.
that's like my zen. If I could just be on a tractor and just punch a field, oh man, nothing better, nothing better.
Okay, just quick follow-up. What's your least favorite?
Well, I mean, that I've done in the past, cleaning park restrooms is never fun. That's definitely not my least favorite, but I think, when you have to deal, and this is, when you're dealing with unreasonable people, that's just the job, right? And that is the hardest part of the job. When you just have someone who's completely unreasonable, making up a narrative that just isn't true. That's certainly the hardest challenge of how do you get them to, one, calm down and listen and try to reason with them. But they're just it's conspiracy theory time, and that's probably my least favorite thing, but that's the nature of the job. That's what we're doing. So,
Well, I think we're Are we right on time or are we early or? No,
We are
right on time.
Probably if there's any.
Well,
Yeah, do you have any questions for us? That would be great.
Yes, a lot of questions. I mean, I guess from the board perspective, what is it that you want this next executive director to be? How do you want that relationship, frequency of meetings? What does that look like to you? Is it more you want to meet a lot, a little? You guys are hands-on, involved, you know, yes, that makes sense.
Ken has something to say about that.
Well, I like what this guy does. Gives me little summaries at the end of the week
Yeah.
of major points. Because sometimes we only meet once a month. There's not enough time to bring up some of that kind of detail, so. I just like to know, so I don't get blindsided by a
Absolutely.
constituent, so.
Yeah, nothing's worse, nothing worse for someone who's elected. to
Periodic,
get asked and
weekly,
not know.
You know, just a paragraph or two of things you think are important that we know.
Fantastic.
Anybody else chime in?
Well, I was always of the opinion that, less meetings, more action, you know, and, so, I would rather, you know, pick up the phone, ask the question I need answered, and and then let me figure out how to, you know, how it's gonna address it or not address it. And, or refer it. And it was based upon that conversation, and it saved a lot of time, saved a lot of angst, because the more time I spend sitting in a chair, in any job I had, I always figured it was lost time.
Sure.
I'll be done for one more question if you have one more.
Sure. What are, what is your, if you list one goal for the next 6 months to a year, what would it be for the district? The one thing that just want to get done,
Get done?
or,
I was gonna say stabilization, right? It's been kind of topsy-turvy for the past few months. That's my one little word.
Yeah, I think I think sometimes we feel like we've got so many balls in the air. You know, this park development, these trails, you know, concrete or pressure pot and, it'd be nice to have a calming effect. And so not to not address those things, but to feel like maybe you can address them one or two at a time and not wonder what your next email or phone call is gonna be about that. Yeah, and that would speak to stability and just smoothing things out.
Whenever there's a change like this, you have it's both a time where the staff is uncomfortable with the change, but it's also a remarkable opportunity for growth. So we've changed out a number of people at the next level down, having a new person come in, I think they've got a really important moment to redefine culture, redefine how standards are gonna be placed, your vision, you know, it's just really exciting time. But I think that is at the forefront of what the next 6 months should look like.
You know, we need a lot of policy updates, a lot.
Yeah.
And leaning on someone for that, already are.
The cities take number one priority for me. There are partners, there where our residents and users live. And so they're the natural conduit. And the items that we're blessed being a big district. That means at times you're like the short order cook in a fast food restaurant. But it also means that there's a plethora of opportunities. And to prioritize and balance those so that we're connecting with cities, staff, and programming is what the job requires.
Well, thank you so much for your
Yeah,
time.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. It's nice to be.
Yeah,
back.
it was very, very nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so.
Thanks, Andy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
See you later. We got a
Thank you, Ryan. Hi. Kevin, nice to meet you.
Yeah, Clay,
Hi there, Clayton Keith.
Hi, nice to meet you. Good to
Ken-
see you again.
hi.
Well, I ate all my cookies.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, good to see you. Sorry to find. Yeah, you can understand that.
Someday.
Okay, so we are back on public meeting. And beginning our interview with Clay Shuppick. So we've been around the room, you know everybody. On the board, you know Deanna, of course, and you've met Rob, so hi, Tyler's joining us. So, so Kathy, you wanna kick us off?
So welcome, it's
Thank you.
lovely to meet you, and we are blessed with a remarkable set of folks today, so we appreciate you very much. We're gonna let you just kind of jump in by giving us more of that overview, so if you could share with us why you think you're the ideal candidate for the next executive director role.
Sure. That was a hard question for me, because, yeah, being boastful is not a trait or characteristic. I think over the course of my career, especially over the last 10 to 15 years, I've done a lot to position myself for a higher level position. I completed my master's degree, so with my education in public administration. And then within the last couple of years, I completed my certified public manager course through UCD Denver. That was a great opportunity to go through and to work with a bunch of other professionals across different industries when taking the CPM program. It also led me a little bit into the emergency management role, which is interesting. And so part of my current position is I'm the director of operations. I sit in the city manager office realm. I don't sit in the city manager's office, but my position sits there. And I have Parks, Recreation, Senior Services, and the Office of Emergency Management. So you would think they don't fit well together, but I would argue that they fit actually really well together. And we just had a critical incident yesterday that showed how well they actually do fit together. We had an officer involved shooting, and staff came together on the Parks and Recreation side, or Senior Service side, and on the emergency management side to do a really great job housing the 41 folks who had to be evacuated from that site and really taking care of them for about 6 hours. And so it was really cool at one point in time just to sit there and look at the staff and say, wow, you know, they're all doing an amazing job and doing what they should be doing. But I feel like my experience in the last 10 years or 9 years with the city and county of Broomfield, I've had the opportunity to do a lot more higher level programs, issues, dealing with the city manager's office, dealing with other stakeholders that I wouldn't have normally dealt with. For a period of time, I was the liaison between the city and county and Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. So I was sitting on that committee. I was working with the Erie Airport, several of the HOAs on some noise issues that we had to the community, and those are always very contentious items. And I just also had the opportunity to work with a variety of different departments. And for a period of time with City and County of Broomfield, I was actually going in and fixing departments that weren't performing well. So for a little period of time after COVID, that was one of my assignments. So one of them was the motor vehicle department was having some issues there and some internal issues, and I spent some time with them, kind of identified what they were, and then took the staff off site and broke down those issues and worked with them. And it's kind of fun now to go back and check in with them every now and then and just say, how are things going? Are you guys progressing? Are you doing those things we talked about to become a better team and closer to them? And so all those things are occurring. So it's really kind of cool to see that happen. But I feel like my education, my experience, and is all kind of combined to get me to this point where I am in my career today. And wasn't looking for a job, not at all. But I've said this in a couple interviews. I did tell my wife when I left South Suburban 9 years ago that this position opened up, and I felt like I was ready for it, that I would take the opportunity to apply. I really loved working at South Suburban.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we asked you to look at our organizational chart, and we can review some of what we asked, or you can just jump in and tell us your thoughts.
Sure. I've reviewed the organizational chart. I took it apart several times and put it back together. It was like a big puzzle. It was kind of
A
fun.
very big.
Yeah, very big puzzle. What I'll give you my first impression of it is overall, it's a great foundation, right? The organization in a really good spot. Has been for many years. When I looked at it, I really started with, the top and then worked my way down, and I'm actually gonna get to that, but I'm gonna go the other direction. I felt like Parks, great structure. Didn't really see any big issues with the park structure or the workflow within it, and they seem to be broken up within different wards, if you will, of the district, so that makes a lot of sense to me. Golf, same thing, golf and hospitality is together within golf, and those two really resonated with me, and I felt like they were in the right place. The recreation centers, I struggled with a little bit, if there was an opportunity for me that I was looking at to restructure the recreation center leadership model, I would probably do that. It feels like there's not direct leadership within each of the recreation centers. And I could see how that might become confusing for staff or even for the community. Who do they really need to go to for a concern or a problem or to ask a question? I think there's really good staff there. They can probably handle those things, but there's not a direct leadership model within that structure. And that's just not what I'm used to. So one of my leadership lessons that I keep with me that I learned early in my career is find out why the fence was put up before you tear it down. So obviously, one of the things that I'd like to do is when I come in, I'd like to look at and understand why that is the current leadership model of the recreation centers. So, but for me, that's an area of growth opportunity. There seems to be several recreation managers. And as I was looking at that structure over a variety of areas, as I was looking at that structure, I would probably consolidate that down from 4 to 2 recreation managers. Might be my own experience and bias from when I worked here, so I have to admit that. Because when I worked here, I had all the recreation centers, all the outdoor pools, all the programs within those recreation centers. So I'm not quite understanding why they're broken up the way that they are. And to me, it tends to lose some consistency from a customer service perspective and from a philosophy perspective, if they're all broken up and under different leadership, individuals in leadership. As I start to walk up that model, there is a deputy director of recreation and a director of recreation. And those two models too are things that, for me personally, I would, after I would get into it, I would like to massage or rehab that resource. As I was recently told, as I was talking to a former CEO of the Butterfly Pavilion, he used that term with me, rehab and resources. I'm like, I like that term. Patrick, can I steal that from you? And he said yes, so he knows what I'm using today. But I think there's some opportunity to look at how those resources are allocated through those two positions. There's just a couple areas that for me seem to be a mismatch. I'm not quite understanding where why Hudson Garden sits where it does. And again, that's probably a knowledge thing that I need to understand. When I was here, Hudson Garden was kind of a standalone. And it still seems to be a very high priority for the district, but it seems to be sitting lower in the overall flow of leadership. And so I would probably move up Hudson Gardens. And then parks and golf are not direct reports anymore to the executive director. And those were two that I kind of looked at, and I'm like, for me, parks it's probably the biggest staff in the district. And they probably have the most visibility when you're talking about out and about in the district. And so for me, I would like that parks unit to be moved up as well, along with golf really from that enterprise perspective and the financial impact that they have on the district. I would like to see that have a little higher influence within the leadership chain. There's 2 deputy directors, the one of HR and the one over operations. And if I had my way, if I was coming in and then after conversation and looking at it, and obviously looking at the financials, I would probably move those two. remove the deputy director of operations and, maybe make it an executive director. A deputy executive director, excuse me, and then, HR having other things underneath it for me. I'm just not used to that model, and I feel like HR needs to be focused on HR functions and duties and the hiring. And the discipline that needs to go on within the staffing realm and those type of things. So I would like to see that be more standalone, but those are probably the high level. When I looked at it at the end of the day, oh, I did have one more. One gap that I see when I was here and even currently is there's nobody in a safer risk management position. And this is a large district with a lot of assets. And I think we really need to think about having a safety and risk person within the district to be able to go out and not only to train, to write policies and procedures along with staff who are actually in the operations, but also for management and to go out and investigate accidents or near misses or those type of things. So when I looked at it at the end of the day, I would be removing 4 positions, adding 5. So it would almost be a wash. Again, financially, I think I would definitely want to make sure that financially that worked within the structure and within the district's financial setting. Those were kind of high level, what I looked at when I was looking at the organizational chart.
Anybody have a follow-up question to that?
Thank you.
Yeah, Keith, I know, I caught you off guard. I did that on purpose.
Yes, you did.
Sorry, Ben, do you want me to go down the list? Because I know there were a couple of things, or are those gonna be asked throughout the?
We can go back to it.
Okay.
We wanna,
Okay.
have an opportunity for a couple other questions, so,
Awesome, thank you.
yeah.
Okay, so Clay, I'd like to ask you a situational question.
Sure.
So if the board is split on whether to prioritize open space preservation, maintenance, or recreation park facility expansion in the next strategic plan or in the budget, as an executive director, how do you facilitate consensus? How do you move forward with it or without it? And how do you approach data collection within this process, storytelling and transparency through this process?
I think one of the first things for me is I want to go back to the master plan. And what was talked about in the master plan? And are we meeting what those objectives that we came up with after the master plan was done currently? And do those fit with the current conversation going on with all of you as the policymakers? And if not, I want to have that conversation and have that open and honest conversation about that. Is that we had a master plan that was agreed on. It took a lot of work to go through. We're not meeting the master plan. So either one of two things, we need to think about either renewing our master plan and updating it with the current thought of the policymakers. Or we need to stick with the master plan. And if it's open space conservation and stewardship, then that should be the priority. If it's building facilities, then that should be the priority. At times you're gonna have competing interests, and I absolutely understand that. I think having open and honest dialogue between all of us would be the most important part of that. And have an authentic conversation. And I would definitely, from the data collection standpoint, look at land usage, what do we currently have? How many people are using those spaces? And if we can collect that data, and there's ways to do that now that we didn't used to have in this industry, so it's kind of cool where we can say, hey, we know how many people use this trail. It would also, I would wanna think about the community impact within that particular community. Especially if it's an underserved community. And if we're taking something away and adding something to a different community, I really wanna have that holistic conversation. Is that the right thing to do? Should we be taking away this amenity to do X? And then, working outward to the community is really tell the story about why we're doing it. Not only just meeting the objectives of the master plan, but also from a health and wellness perspective, from a community impact perspective, and from a usability perspective. I think those are all really important messages to tell when you're trying to get a project moving forward within the community. There's a lot of stakeholders being a special district, a lot of external stakeholders that you need to bring into that conversation. You're not always gonna have consensus. And And over the course of my career, I've learned, that, um, agreement is probably not always possible 100%, but acceptance is. So if we can get people to an acceptance phase, that, hey, okay, we understand it, and we might not agree with that it's going on, but we accept the fact that this is what has to happen right now. I think then, we've achieved the goal, not only to meet the mission vision of the district, but also to meet those needs of that community.
All right, thank you,
You're
Claire.
welcome.
Pete, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Well, I wanted to talk a minute about hiring.
Okay.
And because when you brought somebody on your staff, how did you determine the top 3 priorities? In other words, what are they paid to do? And secondly, in conjunction with that, how did that work out?
Okay. I've been lucky at Broomfield that I haven't had to hire anybody in the 9 years I've been there. Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't had to get rid of anybody on my leadership or necessarily hire anybody. I say that, I guess I did have two. One, I took on the senior services unit when they had lost their leader before it was actually under me. I knew the individual, but I didn't really know the inner workings of the unit. So one of the things that I did was I dove in to that unit and tried to understand what their daily functions were, what their priorities were, and what were some of the gaps that they had. And when I looked at who I wanted to hire, one of those things that I looked at were those top priorities. So one of the top priorities was the team building within that group. They were working in silos and we needed to have somebody that could go in and work with that team. We had outside stakeholders that we had to deal with. Who are actually, since we're a county, they're our agency on aging, our AAA, and they have work that they do through DRCOG and at the state level. And so I wanted to make sure whoever came in could also be a part of that group and be able to work with those stakeholders. And then the third part of it, I needed somebody that was a little bit more of a strategic thinker than probably was in the previous position. They were just doing the work. And with the growth of the community and the aging of the community that was happening and that we knew and that we know is gonna happen even through 2030, I needed somebody that could really do more of a master plan or strategic planning for our transportation, our meal services, and our senior program. So when I was going through the hiring, those were the things that I was looking for. When I actually hired the individual and onboarded, I actually started this when I worked at South Suburban. I'll do a 2-week onboarding schedule for somebody. And the reason I do 2 weeks is because the first 3 days are kind of, the fire hose. You're meeting everybody, you're getting a lot of information thrown at you. And a lot of that stuff is just, you're not really getting the meat of the job, right? And so, along with that, what I try to do for them in those first 2 weeks is set up those strategic meetings. Who are the key people that you need to meet within the organization and the stakeholders? And so, and I would participate in those meetings with them. So, introduce them and sit down with them and go through those meetings. And then get them to the point after that 2 weeks, or if it's before 2 weeks and they're like, cool, I got it, I'm ready to go. Or if they're like, can I spend a little bit more time with you on some of these things? Absolutely, and we'll work through that. But as I said earlier in one of the interviews, I truly believe that you hire for technical competency and fit. You make sure they align with the mission, vision, and the goal of the organization, and then you let them go do their job. You won't let them walk to the edge of the cliff, you don't let them jump and you don't let them fall. So it's not like you just give them free rein and go about your business. You have constant check-ins, you make sure that you are still aligning together, you make sure you're still on the same page and they're doing what they need to do. And I do that to this day. I have one-on-ones with all my direct leadership team, at least once a month. Some of the staff I have twice a month, and that's at their request. So if they want to meet more often, I'm absolutely open to that. And then I also meet with their teams, so I go to all their team leadership meetings as well. And I think in doing that, you get a good sense of who you need to hire, what the fit looks like. And when you insert them into the group, you know that they've got the strategic priorities set and they're moving forward.
I think you might have just answered the next part of my question, but if I missed something, fill me in. Because what I was concerned about was number one, what you just covered. The second thing was, that I was gonna ask now was what about that person's, your staff, their first line and their second line supervisors receiving that message and who delivers that?
Sure. So if you're talking about hiring somebody in a new position and who's delivering those strategic priorities, it always has to come from the leader of the organization, right? My leadership team needs to be in line with me. If there's dissent within that leadership team, then we have a problem. Because then the message is not going down. How I make sure that the message is getting through the organization is I go to their team meetings. I'll go to the parks team meeting, the recreation team meeting, and the senior service team meeting, as well as the admin staff. And that's when they bring in all their direct reports. So there's 24 managers and foremen underneath those superintendents and that manager. I go sit in those meetings. I make sure that message that I'm bringing from the department head level to my leadership group is also being disseminated out through the organization. You get a good sense of that if it's going further than that, in more informal conversations with I have line staff. When I'm meeting and talking with them, I'm like, hey, did you hear that we're doing this? And if they're like, no, like, okay. That allows me the opportunity to circle back to that supervisor and say, yeah, I just met with the front desk staff, they didn't hear that we're doing this. Help me understand that, help me understand what we need to do to make sure that they're involved, they understand where we're headed, and they can be part of that decision making. Because there are times, especially at the line level, they're like, I don't know if that's gonna work. And we need to listen to that. Because those are the people that most of the time are implementing the major changes that are going on within the organization.
Right.
Yeah, so I do think that sometimes, and I do believe this, that some of the decisions need to be made at that lowest level. And they need to be pushed up and not down.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And I'll just add to that real quick, and sorry, when I first went to Broomfield, one of the things that I did, because I didn't know anybody there at all. I brought a consultant in and we developed what we call bold steps teams. And what those teams were to do was to solve problems that they identified for me in that initial conversations that I had with them. And one of the things I didn't allow was any supervisor to be on those teams, which was a shock to the supervisors. And they're like, well, you're not gonna be on the team. And the reason you're not gonna be on the team, because the minute I put a supervisor on that team, sometimes the conversation stops, because they're like, no, we've always done it that way, you guys. I didn't want that. I wanted a true grassroots understanding of what the issues were and how to solve them coming up from the staff. And it was a really awesome opportunity for me to get to know not only the staff, but the issues and to solve those issues within that first 12 to 18 months. So.
Well, gotta put everybody on alert.
Yeah. We've got time for some more questions. Did anybody want to ask?
Kathy, do you want to?
No, I already hit my,
Yeah,
thank you.
okay. Ken?
Yes.
All right, I don't want to be that guy again. All right.
We're getting used to it.
Okay, Pam, see, Pam does stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, so, mid-year, you discovered that revenue projections are significantly lower than expected or trending rapidly that way. We are faced with either cutting services or tapping into reserves. How do you make this decision and communicate it to staff, the board, and the community?
That's always a tough spot, especially when you're talking about reduction of services that the community and sometimes really relies on. I think that's one thing that we learned through COVID in this industry is that what we provide is an essential service. Because people not having the ability to participate in our services was a definite impact on their mental and physical well-being. So with that said, I think that's an opportunity to, again, go back to the leadership team, supervisors and the staff and say, is there some low hanging fruit that we can look at? are there some programs that are not operating to capacity that we know we can step back on? I think I talked about this one on the Zoom interview as well. Recreation centers, there's sometimes within the recreation centers, we have some dead hours. Is there the opportunity at the beginning of the day or the end to adjust those hours? Now, you're gonna impact some user by doing that. And so you've got to be really clear on the message and why, and give them that opportunity to understand that you might be able to do something else. So let's just take it through an example that, we're going through this when we feel like we need to cut Goodson back from 8 to 10 at night. I'm not sure, I don't remember what their operating hours are, but they were closing 8 to 10 at night, Monday through Friday, and we're gonna have the cost savings from that. But maybe we make sure we leave one of the other recreation centers open for somebody to go to and have that time. So offsetting that and looking at it kind of geographically, so that you're not completely, you're not closing down Lone Tree and not doing something at Goodson or Buck. So, that you're definitely offsetting things. I think the other thing that you can look at is from an operational side, some of the mowing of non-essential turf. Right of ways, those type of things, and how often are we currently mowing them? If we're currently mowing them 2 times a week, can we move that back to 1 time a week for right now? How are we, doing with our energy usage, that's always a good opportunity to remind staff us, are we turn off lights when we're leaving rooms, or are we making sure that the buildings are as energy efficient as we possibly can make them? And then I think the final part for me with that, and I think you're talking about the communication of the board and to the public is really explaining the why, explaining the cost savings, and explaining how it's gonna make you whole at the end of the year. And I think that's from a financial perspective, sometimes it's hard for people to understand because it's a large organization. But I think it does give you the opportunity to dive down into that a little bit and say, hey, if we do these cuts, then we're possibly not looking at more additional cuts or tougher cuts moving into the next quarter. And I found that most time people understand that. I had the wonderful opportunity of cutting the towels out of the recreation center when I was here.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah.
So popular.
That was fun. But it really did become that cost savings conversation and really explaining to our users that relied on those towels, why, and the amount of towels that we were losing. I was always amazed at how many people love to take our towels home, and not bring them back. And just that, I know I always said we should just put our logo on it, because then we're marketing, right?
Yeah.
But it was a constant conversation leading up to it. And it wasn't an abrupt stop, but it was, hey, we're going to do this, this is why. When we did this, this is why. And then if you can start adding those things back, even better. But I think just being open and transparent about why it has to happen is probably the most important part of that conversation.
Okay, thank you, Clay.
You're welcome.
Macy's was still in business at that time in South Glen, and they had a surge in business.
I thought you were gonna say we made him go out of business. I'm like, oh, sorry about that, Mason.
So I have a real quick question, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask us any questions you might have.
Okay,
So we're a big district.
yes.
Complicated, lots of moving parts, things to keep track of. What's your favorite thing to work on in Parks and Recreation?
Oh, man. Super hard question. for me.
It is.
And I say it's super hard because, this has been 38 years of my life. I love Parks and Recreation. I love how we serve the community. I think one of my joys is, working with staff, watching them grow and develop and seeing them really, meet their full potential. I didn't know it was something I loved. I guess I didn't realize it was something I loved till probably about 8 years ago. I'm like, I really enjoy this. So, getting to know the staff, understanding their motivation for being at work. I said this earlier, I don't believe I can motivate anybody to do anything. I think people come with their own motivations. What I can do is help them, attach their passion to what they do. And if I can do that and attach their passion to what they do, we can be very successful as a work group. And I really think, to answer your questions, that's probably what the favorite thing that I like to do is to work with the staff and see them achieve their goal. So sometimes it could be a negative, and I mentioned Kelly name earlier, but Kelly Weingarten once said to me, she told me my problem is that I don't think hierarchical enough. And she said, because you're going to talk to an employee and you're thinking you're just talking to the employee, and they're thinking, oh, the director's come to talk to me. And I'm like, and that was a really good leadership lesson for me, to also be very clear when I meet with an employee of why I'm there. And then, hey, I saw you out working. I did this to the irrigation guys last week. They had a huge hole. And so I stopped and I got on my truck. I'm like, hey guys, how are you? Just wanted to see how you were doing. Just wanted to see what was going on. And, you know, just to kind of, because I get it. I mean, it could be hard for staff if the director all of a sudden jumps out of the truck and goes, what are you doing? And not all what I'm trying to achieve. It was more about, I wanted to see how you guys were doing if you need anything.
Yeah.
And really understand, you know, why you dug this huge crater in the middle of the park and what kind of problem we really have, what's going on.
Right.
Because if you know the cost of it with irrigation supplies, it is skyrocketing right
Yes.
now, so. But yeah, I think, being cognizant of my presence and what that means has been a good leadership lesson for me.
So the second part of that is, what's your least favorite?
Ugh. Oh gosh, are we being honest or anything?
Yeah. Hopefully.
I have a couple highly engaged communities.
Ah,
And sometimes that high engagement can become overwhelming. I absolutely recognize it's part of the job and requires response, and requires professional responses. And sometimes, the email, about, wow, I drove along Sheridan Boulevard, the weeds are really high right now. And we've had over almost 3 inches of rain in the last 3 weeks, so that's gonna happen. And so, you know, we're doing our best to get crews out. You explain why. I mean,
Yeah.
explain why. But I think sometimes that's the harder part of the job, is that constant interaction with those things that come across. And it's not so much, I think, if somebody writes and it comes from a curious perspective, hey, I noticed the weeds were high and I was just curious what was going on. Versus it kind of sometimes comes across accusatory, like we're not doing our job. And I know my staff has a ton of passion for what they do. And so maybe kind of Papa Bear comes out at me in my first initial, is that really what you meant? But I realize my role, I realize what I need to do, and I write the appropriate response.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So if nobody else has anything to follow up, do you have any questions for us?
There was a couple of things that they talked about, that asked about leadership style, and I just like to
Okay.
talk a little bit about my leadership style. Is, I do have a servant and very collaborative leadership styles. And I feel like that's extremely important, and when you have that type of leadership style, it's people first. And I know everybody has a different type of leadership style, and there's nothing wrong with any of them. But I think when you get to know staff, you can get the best out of them. When you take personal interest in them, you get the best out of staff. And you do it and I will do it in a very authentic way. I'm not doing it to not be nice. And I think one of my staff gave me the greatest compliment the other day. We were in a community meeting. And one of the gentlemen in the community, when I sit down, he's like, who's this? And she's like, well, this is our director, this is my boss. And he goes, well, what's the thing you like most about him? And you know, kind of put her on the spot. First, I'm like, and I said, well, do I need to leave the room so you can have an honest conversation here? But she said the one thing that I like most is that our first conversation is not about work usually. It's about how I'm doing or how my family's doing. And I take that as a compliment. Because I think that's important. And again, if that's what motivates that employee to be there, and then I can help build the passion for them to do their job. I just think you can get amazing staff out of that. I also think that it's important to have collaborative decision-making among the leadership team. There's times where you can't do that. There's times where you might have to push a directive down. But I think probably 99% of the time, you can have a discussion with your leadership team and get a very holistic view of what our issue or problem is. And a lot of times I think you get those other views that maybe you were a little blind about looking at from your perspective. And I recently we had a new attendance policy come out from our HR department for the city and county. And HR wrote me in and asked me, hey, what's your definition of an employee being late? I'm like, that's a good question. And I was thinking about it and I'm thinking, well. For me, I'm not a clock watcher. I'm not gonna stand there at 9 o'clock and be at the door and make sure everybody's walking through and doing their job. If people are coming in, and they're getting their job done and they're meeting their objectives that they need to meet, then I'm good with that. And so that's what I wrote back and I said, and let me have this conversation with my leadership team. And I had that meeting that afternoon, and so I threw it out to the leadership team. What came back to me was a good reminder for me. That a lot of the jobs that we have involve a task, a place, and a time. And so if a shift starts at 9 o'clock and that individual's late and it's a crew of 4, they're making the crew of 4 late to the task. And that was a good conversation for us to have. And so what we talked about as a leadership team, and what I said back to HR as a collective comment from us was that our expectation of folks is to be dressed and ready to go at the time they're scheduled. If they're past that time, they're late. And that was felt good for the park staff, felt good for the recreation staff, and I'm absolutely fine with it. It doesn't change the discretionary power that I give myself or my direct reports. If somebody's coming in a few minutes late and they can have that conversation with somebody and say, hey, I noticed you've been late a little bit, is there something going on? That's still my preference of what I like to see them to do. But it also gives a little bit more of a definition, so across the board, people understand what it means to be late in our organization. So. But thanks for giving me that opportunity.
Yeah, no, thank you. We still have a few minutes.
Okay.
Does anybody want to ask something else? Rob or anybody?
Well, did you have any other questions? I mean, that was a statement that was you prepared. Did you have questions of the board?
Yeah, I mean, my question to you, it's a big district. You guys have a lot of money coming in for capital improvement. There's parts of the district that are definitely aging and there's parts that continue to grow. So, currently, what do you feel like your key objectives are in the next 3 to 5 years from first, the operational, the staff perspective, but also from the growth of the district and the maintaining of the district?
That's a good one. We've got a lot of things going on and you're right, there are parts of the district that are aging, so balancing from the community perspective, what we're doing in the new Ridgegate area versus what we're doing in Sheridan. So that even though we know that we're looking at the district as a whole, convincing our constituents that in fact we have everybody's interests at heart. I think it's a real balancing act. And we have all been accused many times of, well, you're spending all this money up there. Well, we're in a planning stage and you know quite well, a region like Ridgegate is going to take 5, 6, 7 years before it's actually some of it is gonna happen because we're waiting for a tax base to get developed out there. But people think that their tax money is going into Ridgegate, so we have to walk kind of a fine line and make sure that we're being an equal partner with all of our municipalities.
Absolutely.
So from a board perspective, that's something that I think is very important.
We have a 3-year and 5-year plan.
Right.
And that we follow very closely. The board does, and the staff does, and reports on that quarterly. The balancing that we also have done at the staff level and provided for the board what funds we're spending annually, for each city. And it works out pretty equal. Is that the right thing? Well, I'm not sure. It is from a sounding board type thing.
Sure.
But is it as far as getting things done? If you have a big maintenance project, that's gonna sap all the money from that city. But we want to you know, we probably would like to have the buy-in from all cities, constituents, that we can move these monies and not be concerned at all. Because it's short-term projects and a 5-year project until we develop something,
Yeah.
you know. It might be that term, building new facilities. And you take a look at this facility. Well, this wasn't a city facility.
Right,
This was a district-wide facility. So you get into that.
yes,
So it's a tough call.
yeah,
It's a tough call, and it's a source of many conversations. And at some point, I think you mentioned you just have to move forward and put on your swim plugs.
yeah, yeah. And I think the hard thing, some of it in the older areas where you have aging infrastructure, that infrastructure improvement they don't see. And the irrigation replacement right now, literally, I have a irrigation project replacement that's $1.5 million right now.
Mhm.
Nobody's gonna see that but staff, right? And it's hard for that community they're not seeing that 1.5 million going in their community, but it is going into that part of the community, and that is a hard thing to explain and to sell.
And you never know what the real cost is until you get into
Correct,
Right, yeah,
especially with irrigation.
it.
Can I ask a quick question?
yes, please.
So obviously, Clay, you've had the opportunity to work in South Suburban and also in Broomfield, a totally different operation.
Yeah.
What type of a relationship do you see the executive director? What would be the best model to have the relationship between the executive director and the board? How would that look to you?
Well, so I think, governance comes first. So when I say that, I'm kind of thinking about my role as being on a board, being a board member. I'm currently the president of the Carlisle Parks and Recreation Association Board. And kind of the same thing, how do I'm at where I'm sitting as the president of that board, how should my alignment be with staff? And when I look at that, I think it's gotta be policy and governance first. And then, what the operations look like and making sure we have that delineation. With that said, I think it's also very important that we are aligned in what that looks like and an acceptance. And like I said earlier, not necessarily agreement, but acceptance. And one of the things that I would want to do if I was, and I'll say it this way, if I was blessed enough to be able to get this position, is I would want to have those meetings with all of you, collectively and individually, about what that means to you as well. What does that relationship look like for you with the executive director? Because it has to be a bond. If not, the staff feels it, and it trickles down into the culture of the organization. You see that when you see councils and staff and city managers get unaligned. It affects the staff. I can tell you that from experience. And it can go deep in the staff because staff watch those board meetings, they watch those interactions, and they see the treatment. Right, and they see what's going on, so that alignment, it would be very important to me, and that we had a very positive working relationship. That we're working in the same direction and making sure that we're overall meeting the mission and goals of the organization.
Thank you.
Just a quick one. Over my tenure here in the last administration, some of the issues that I had were delineating what the CEO thought was operations and what I thought was policy.
So,
And we had our disagreements. And so how would you describe operations issues versus policy issues? Because sometimes they.
Think of money. Yeah, I absolutely can see that happening, and I think when that does happen, again, that open and honest communication about that, conversation about that, and then getting down to an acceptance of what we're doing. And from a policy direction, if you all are setting policy, as the work of the board and as a board as a whole, and saying this is the direction we're going with this policy. My feeling is it's my job to implement that. If I disagree in the conversation of it, I'm gonna let you know that. I'm gonna be honest and open in my communication. I'm gonna be honest with that and let you know that. But at the end of the day, if you make that a policy decision to move forward, that's what
Where the issue began for me is the the decision was made before
Oh,
I even knew that it was happening. So then, that was my job description, operations wise. And to me, it was clearly a policy issue that the board should have made that decision
yeah.
and not the operation side.
So I think in my mind, one of the things I would do, to maybe get ahead of that, so that didn't happen cause for me, I don't wanna be blindsided, so I would think the same for you all, you don't wanna be blindsided on something, especially when you have to report to the constituents. I would wanna, do a meeting with the chair and the vice chair and, talk about those forward thinking things that are going on and make sure they're, in my world currently, we call them coordination meetings. So we have coordination meetings, fairly often. Sometimes I'm in those, sometimes I'm not. But when I go in, usually I'm going in to say, hey, this is a problem. This is something that I'm moving to address. How, Mayor Pro Tem, how do you feel about that? And do you feel like this is a issue that needs to go to full council? Or is this an issue that you want us to keep at a staff level? So I think having that dialogue ahead of time, hopefully would prevent that from happening and for somebody to feel blindsided by it. Because then to me, it is the board chair or the vice chair's responsibility, or in my case currently, the mayor or the mayor pro tem, to have that conversation with their fellow council members and say, hey, this was discussed, just to let you know, we're keeping this at a staff level.
The staff get caught in the middle.
Exactly, and that's not a good place for them to be.
No.
So, not at all.
Alright.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, could I ask one more question?
Sure,
Is that all?
absolutely.
Staff culture. So I know people within the district and I've had some conversations. What do you guys feel is the staff culture and maybe some of the things that need to happen with the staff culture over the next 6 months to a year?
Your time's up.
Yeah. So, we've had a lot of change. And, that has left people a little worried about all the change. So I think you or whoever's chosen will have an opportunity to come in and really reestablish the kind of culture that we think is needed here. And it's just a really special moment in time.
Yeah.
We've had a long-term, set of leadership, and I think, we're at a really great place to get people aligned to a new vision and new excitement and really kind of re-kick off South Suburban as the leader that they are. So that's where, there's work to be done there, after the many changes that have gone
Yeah.
on. So it'll be incumbent on this person to make sure that that goes well.
Appreciate that insight.
That's a perfect answer.
So
Great.
that's all I have. I thank you guys for your time. I know it's a long day for you as well, so I appreciate
Yeah.
it. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, we have time tonight, please.
Domingo and talk.
Yeah.
It's again,
Yeah.
good to see you.
Good to see
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Welcome.
And I did finish my cookie.
So obvious, I go like this.
I see the overview here.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you're gonna have?
Yeah.
I got Kathy. Nice to see you.
Oh, the city managers,
Mhm.
and that's pretty much it. So I think city managers.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you for your time. So we have some questions for you today, and then you can ask us some questions if you have any. Kathy wants
Great.
to.
Welcome. Lovely to meet you. We're so glad to have you here. And thank you for being part of the process. We're just gonna ask one question and we'll have you just your overview that we talked about, if that's okay, and then we'll move from there. So we want you to settle in and tell us a little bit about why you think you're the best candidate for this role.
Great question. I don't know the other three candidates, so I can't pit myself against them, but I can tell you that in my 34 years in this field, I have been in a supervisory role after my first year and a half. I've been a division manager, department head. I'm good on the fly. The two things that stuck out to me in your recruitment brochure was employee-centric and conservation initiatives. Those are two key strengths of mine. I build teams, I build relationships with stakeholders, with board and commission members, with the community. Community members know that if I tell them I'm gonna do something, it's gonna happen. My word is very important to me. It's my identity. I mean, honesty, integrity, and loyalty are three core values that were instilled in me by my parents. And I take those to heart. So the things you're looking at, again, from those two aspects, I've got a background in conservation. 6 years before I came to Thornton, I was running the County Conservation Agency, which is similarly structured to a district. It was an independent board. They weren't elected, they were appointed, but they had autonomy from the county, so there couldn't be any political influence in the operations. And we restored Iowa landscapes back to pre-settlement conditions, woodlands, wetlands, prairies, reintroduced expatriated species, the ornate box turtle, the sandhill crane, huge environmental education program, park ranger program with law enforcement based officers, carried weapons, and worked with the DNR, federal government, local communities, so very similar, but conservation focused. But to get back to your question, that those skill sets that I've developed over the years, and I think would make me the best candidate to be your next executive director. I've got a passion, I have a drive. I've been doing this for a long time. I left the field for 5 years to get director experience. I convinced the city manager in Des Moines, Iowa, that I could run the public housing authority. And my skill sets were transferable. I learned the code of federal regulations, did the research, went to the board meetings, months before the position opened up to learn and study. When I went to county conservation, I did not have a background in environmental science. I was hired for my administrative skill sets, so I was the oldest freshman in community college, working on my environmental science degree. So, I know what I know what I don't know. I try to put the best people around me and use them to their best capabilities and make sure I'm in the right place in the organization. From what I've learned of what you're looking for from the research I've done, and I'm not sure if you're aware, but I visited all the facilities. My wife and I came into town multiple times. I reached out to every county administrator, city administrator, just to get a feel for how that relationship was. Some responded to my calls, some didn't. I didn't realize they were going to be in an interview panel. I just thought they might get the meet and greet, but some didn't. I didn't know if that was right, so they didn't call me back, but others did. Ron Hopp is a colleague of mine. He runs Foothills Park District. He's an Iowa guy from way back. So when I first moved here, I met with him toward his facilities, and then when I saw the posting, so I had a little bit of lay of the land of some of the issues with the previous director. And I'm about 100% opposite of, from a personality, outgoing, engaged with the workforce. You know, things that I do to every supervisory position I've held, I meet individually with every employee for a half hour, every full-time and permanent part-time. And I ask 5 simple questions. What do we do well? What can we do better? What are we doing we shouldn't be? What's your why? What motivates you to come to work? And do you understand the value of your position in this organization to the community? And then what do you need from me to be successful? In addition to that, what I would do here would be what I'd call a the first Friday of every month. I would be in the field working with the different units to get to know the frontline staff, understand their jobs and their roles. I've done that in my other positions, and it builds those relationships. And it builds that respect amongst, you know, people see me when I went to Thornton. The first event I went to was Thornton Fest, 3-day weekend festival, incredible. But they were just shocked. I was out there at the end of the night picking up trash and helping them clean up. They said nobody's ever done that before. And when I did my one-on-one meetings, people, I didn't even know this is where the director's office was. I never met the former director. So those things sort of break my heart, because I'm very employee focused and employee driven. I value them and I fight for them and I support them.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
So we had asked you to take a look at our organizational chart and the culture changes in our district. And if you would like to share with us some of your thoughts, we'd like to hear them.
I shared this with Rob earlier, and I know we're not doing a presentation, but I had to map out. I needed to see the full scope of what, not the pages on
This
top of
is
pages.
a small room. We don't know if we have
Well,
that space.
And this is very small print. But you have some small departments and you have some very large departments. So if you want to look at your structure in one single fell swoop,
Oh, my goodness.
that's what it looks like.
Wow.
It is.
How about that?
So going through that exercise and looking, you know, there's several things. I'm a process oriented person, so I will tell you, I won't come in and just start making changes. That's not my way, and you're not successful. The only way to create change in an organization to make it more effective and more efficient is to bring in the workforce. So they're coming alongside you, they're helping you build that. Now they bought into what you're trying to do, and they're gonna carry the water forward. So there's a couple quick nuggets I saw. One, the hospitality was in a couple separate areas. That's a potential combination, just so you get that consistency across the entire district. One messaging. So that was one of the things I noted. You know, and then there's either centralized operations or decentralized, and it's, to me, it'd be a combination of both. You got certain functions that really need to be centralized for management, structure, oversight, but you have other operations like your maintenance. They need to be spread out, so you're not wasting all your time on travel working from a central maintenance facility. So those were, again, I'd say mine would be more process oriented and I've made tweaks in every organization I've been to, so I'm sure I will see some inefficiencies and identify those from working with the team, being out in the field, hearing from the staff through those one-on-one meetings. Those things come out, and sometimes there's a theme, and you hear things enough from so many people, it's like, okay, that's an issue. Excuse me. So the structure that I would set up would really be a team based with representatives from across the organization, all levels, frontline, mid-management, senior management, would work with the board to determine what level of involvement or when you wanted those touch points to hear what was happening and get updated reports, or if you wanted to appoint a board member to be a part of that initiative and effort as well, to be engaged. And then we would focus on where, you know, the whys, why you don't make change to make change. You're either looking for cost savings, efficiencies, better levels of service with with less work and effort.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's more process oriented than just me looking at a piece of paper and saying, I'm gonna move these pieces around. I'd never do that.
So part of the question was, what would be your style of leadership and management? For across the employee spectrum?
So I shared some of the sort of the introductory things that I do, with the one-on-one meetings, the job shadowing, it's not job shadowing, I'm physically in the field, but still toe boots, pulling weeds, moving rock. The other things that I've done in my career to bolster employee, I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part again?
So it was the style of leadership and management, yeah.
So, you know, the term servant leader, my role at this level within an organization is to remove barriers and roadblocks so my team can do their job. My role is not to get my fingers into their business and micromanage them. But as I raised my children, I always said, trust but verify. So if my daughter said she was gonna be at a sleepover, I would drive by or I'd call the parents to make sure that's where she was.
Yeah.
So it's a back and forth, and part of the reason I've been successful in my career is because I built those relationships. And my team members don't wanna let me down, they don't wanna disappoint me, because we have that strong of a relationship of respect, and camaraderie, which is key in any business. And I mean, communication is what makes the world work and organizations work and function. It's a critical element of that. So those are some of the things that I have done and would do here as well. To show the workforce that I'm interested in them, I know them. I can tell you now, I can go to any of our buildings in Thornton. I've got about half as many full-time employees, about 143 full-time, 500 seasonal part-time. I would say 75–80% of them, I know their name. When I walk in, I can say, hi, how are you doing? Fatima, who's at the front desk, or Eric or Bob. With my direct reports in that mid-manager level, where I have a little bit more contact, I know about their personal lives. I know if they're married, if their kid's sick, if their dog peed on the floor. So it's building those bonds and that mutual respect. And I think the other key piece from a leadership standpoint, a couple other things I'll bring out real quick. I know what I know and I know what I don't know. So I try to put myself around people that know what I know. And I encourage my team to push back. I don't want them to be a yes team. I don't want them to see me as sort of the top dog and, oh, this is what the boss said. It's like, no, push back. I want you to challenge me and my ideas and my thoughts. Because if we have a debate that's professional and honest, we will end up with a better product than a single individual's idea and you get groupthink. So, and I'm very calm. I don't get angry. I don't swear. This is sort of my normal. I mean, if I'm upset, this is how I sound. It's like, yeah, you sort of dropped the ball on there, Tom. Let's do something different. So I encourage and empower my team. If they make a mistake, we learn from it and we move on. Just don't make the same mistake again.
So how do you reflect that to your management level people, the demeanor and the interaction and expectations that they have of their coworkers?
And so again, part of it's mentoring and part of it is exhibiting. So there's several things that I've done as well. I do meet with my mid-level management team outside of the department heads once a month and do job coaching, team building. We might do a TED Talk. We might bring in a speaker to help them so they see that modeled behavior throughout the upper and lower levels in the organization. And those are my expectations. If those expectations aren't being met, we'll have a conversation. Again, part of that's the accountability, and part of that is the culture that I want to work in And I want the people I work with to enjoy coming in and appreciate and know that they're gonna have their backs, that somebody's gonna look out for them. And that gets instilled with my division managers, with that mid-level leadership team, and they might not be supervisor, it might be somebody that's on their own, but they've got a leader role. They're seen as a leader in the organization, but they might not be that supervisor. And then the other piece is putting people in the best place they can be to be successful. For example, I had a division manager that thought they were very strong in their management abilities of personnel and operations, and they were. But they were highly intelligent, great at research. So I made a restructuring. They've been a long time employee. I wasn't gonna kick them out the door. It's like, okay, how can you best serve this organization? I created an innovation and technology administrator. And that's where we're bringing in drones to do the spot spraying. So we're not broadcast spraying in our open spaces. We've done turf test plots. I think I talked about it in my phone here, so I won't repeat, but that was, so again, that's an example of identifying an area of need or an area that's weak that needs to be changed. And then, I meet every week. I've got a weekly team meeting, and then I meet at minimum once a month with every division manager at their location. It gets me out in the field. I don't make them come to me. I go out to them. So again, another contact point with the workforce. And we talk through those things. If there's personnel issues, how are we gonna address that? If there's areas that are being dropped, whether it's a workforce area or somebody's not addressing a personnel issue that really needs to be addressed, then I'll step in and I will help coach them and bring them through that. And if they get to the point where they're not understanding what's expected, then I will ask them to leave, and we will find somebody that is willing to serve at that level that is needed within this organization.
Great, thank you. See, I think we have some questions for you.
You want me to go there?
Sure.
All right. Doug, I'm gonna ask you a situational question or scenario-based question. So the board is split on whether to prioritize open space preservation, maintenance, or recreation facility park expansion in the next strategic plan or in the budget. As an executive director, how do you facilitate consensus? How do you move forward without it? And how do you approach data collection, storytelling, and transparency within that process? And I can repeat parts of it.
I might have you repeat some of that.
Okay, yeah, it's not a memory test.
So the first part, as far as building consensus and understanding, we serve a constituency. So what is that desire of that constituency? And I'm dealing with that right now in the city of Thornton. We're putting together a 20-year vision plan. What do we want the city of Thornton to look like 20 years from now? And we don't have a crystal ball to see everything, but we have master plans that have sat on the shelf for 10 to 15 years. We've had ideas that have come forward from council members, commission members, citizens that we've collected and held on to. So we've got we got 14 identified opportunities for capital projects, all the way from putting all of our money to maintain what we have and don't do anything new, to building a nice arena, the gamut and we're doing $100 exercise. So we've got little banks in front of each one. They get 100 pennies and they tell me how they're gonna spend their money. And we do that with the residents. We're doing it next Tuesday with our city council. And so it's a fun way to get an understanding of where people believe and want their priorities to be. And so we do a huge engagement piece. We've got a survey we're going out. We've got Thornton Fest, which is our first spring festival, celebrate the city's birthday. We'll have 50,000 people there on Saturday. We've got a team of people that will be doing this exercise to get as much input and data collection as we can. And that is what I would bring back to the board. This is what the constituency, this is what we're hearing from the constituency. What are your priorities? What are your needs? And then to balance that, you know, you got the constraints. You do have to understand what your financial limitations are, what financial hiccups you might be running into in the future. If there's, you know, the property tax situation, how is that gonna impact? You've got to do that forecasting. And you got to plan for the future. One of the things that unfortunately the city of Thornton failed to do is plan for replacement. I have two pools that are, one's 30, one's 40 years old. I think I shared this before. We invest like 1.2 million to get them functional. Hopefully to buy us 3 to 5 years, but we don't have $25 million to replace a single one of them. And they never planned for that replacement cost. So those are things that as a board, those are policy decisions that you're gonna have to make of how much are you willing and want to set aside for future capital needs, not just the tuck pointing and HVAC replacement, but complete rebuild. Everything at some point in time is gonna need to be replaced. So how do you plan and save for that? What are your strategies? You know, what's your debt limit capacity you're willing to do? Those types of things. I think I sort of strayed a little bit.
Oh, no,
No.
you're fine,
If you
Doug.
could
You're
repeat
totally fine.
the question,
That's
and then I
okay.
will hit the
No,
other
you,
things.
yeah, it's totally fine, but I can repeat it just to make sure you feel you've gotten everything. So if the board is split on whether to prioritize open space preservation, maintenance, or recreation facility or park expansion in the next strategic plan or in the budget. So we're split amongst what to do, right? So we're looking for your guidance. So as executive director, how do you facilitate consensus among us or the stakeholders? And how do we move forward without it, right? We're fractured. What would you do? And then how do you approach getting data, which you pretty much kind of covered, telling a story, because we always got to get our constituency on par with us, and then transparency within the process. I hope that helped.
Okay,
Okay,
yes, yeah,
okay.
I'll try to
You're fine.
hit the best points. The within the group of the board of directors, you know, there's got to be an open dialogue and an understanding. One of the things that I've talked about, and one of the things that we're doing in the city of Thornton, is we're putting together an equity tool. So it will be a live dashboard, citizen facing identifier to show where we're at within our system and how our assets are distributed. So is this side of town, you know, how far is it for somebody to get to a tennis court? So you can sort of understand where you might be weak in certain areas to help create it's another data set. You know, it's a cost benefit balance between capital structure is a lot more expensive because you're building and then you've got operating impacts. You know, so you got to look at, is there an opportunity to do both, and what percentage goes towards what? You know, there's the transparency again is community driven. Our master planning process, I think I shared this with a couple different people. We do community barbecues to get people out because we're not the metropolitan. Denver gets all the news. Denver gets the TV, the radio, the print. You know, we're
That's not all of that.
That is not all.
That's true. That's true. So we've started, you know, so if we're doing a park master plan, a minimum of a month before, we've got signs with QR codes saying we're working on this, visit the site. We host meetings at that park. We, you know, come out for hot dogs, hamburgers. We want to hear from you. So we try to do a lot of engagement in certain aspects, depending on the critical nature of what we're trying to get. We'll do a direct mail postcard. You know, we can't do that all the time. It's very costly, but there's certain things where that's the appropriate vehicle to make sure the residents know what you're trying to do and what you're trying to move forward. You know, working with the local government officials, government communities, they have newsletters on their websites, how to get them to push that information out for us. They've got that local contact with the residents and the community. In addition to accessing our availability of posting things. So I think that sort of addresses the outreach piece, the transparency piece, to me is related to that. If you're engaging the public in what you're trying to do, they're involved in that conversation. And then you track and you monitor that and you evaluate their desires versus the board desires versus the elected official desires. You got competing interests across the board. There's even sometimes the elected officials want something different than the residents want. So those are a balancing act, but it's getting everybody at the table to come together, and the role of the executive director is to make sure you have all the information you need so you can make a decision. My job is not to steer you in a direction. My job is not to corral you. My job is to inform you and make sure you have the data and the resources you need to make the best decision you can make. And then hopefully through that discussion, you will come to some consensus.
Keith, can I follow
Of
up
course
with
you
your
can, Pete.
question?
Yeah.
You mentioned, a very large figure for replacing the pools. So I flipped over to see what your, budget oversight was and how much of that is capital.
So we have
Do you have a operating and a capital?
yes, yeah, our capital budget is around 35-40 million. 42% is going to debt service. 38% is going towards maintenance and rehab. I think those numbers add up, and 11% is for new. And that's the current configuration. And like just knowing our infrastructure, we're gonna have to put a little bit more on the maintenance side because we have a lot of deferred maintenance that was not done in the organization. And the new isn't new. It's land that we've owned for 10-15 years that have these master plans sitting on the shelf. And now we've got to invest in them because the community is getting impatient of this farm that's been sitting vacant and nothing's happened with it.
And in conjunction with that, or related to that, is probably a better statement. You mentioned 50,000 people will come to an event where you only serve 150,000.
So the reason I know that number, one of the things that we have a geofencing system that software. So we can, this was the innovation and technology piece I was talking about. So I have geofenced every individual playground, every park, every trail network. So we can use that as another data set to make decisions. If we're trying to decide between 5 playgrounds that have to be replaced, a playground that is seeing 100 people a year versus one that's seeing 5,000 a year, that's an easy data point to help make that decision. So we geofence our festivals, and the Thornton Fest averages 50,000, 4th of July, 70,000, Winterfest, 75,000 over 3 days.
That's a huge percentage of a community.
We pull a lot of people in from we had probably one of the best 4th of July events in the entire metro area. I mean, we got skydivers, live music, a great fireworks show, 2 stages going. So we've got bands starting at noon, going back and forth. People come out at about 8, 9 in the morning and push their tent or their pop-up tent to claim their spot. It's just phenomenal experience to see that many people in one location and not really having any problems. We worked with PD. We've got a really strong operational plan. We have a command center. We've got live weather forecasts. We've got live weather people in there working with us. Our police, fire is all in that command center along with our team. If we've got to make decisions, because we've had to shut down with storms and flooding and different things where we've got to make that call, and to get 70,000 people out of the field takes a little bit of time.
I guess.
So.
Ken, do you have any questions?
Yeah, this point. Based on your due diligence that you did, it sounds pretty extensive. On the district, what do you see as the most pressing challenges and key opportunities that maybe you discovered on doing your research?
And, from the individuals I spoke with, my colleagues and even some of the city administrators were pretty forthcoming, and then just the leadership meeting is very evident. There's a lot of strained relationships amongst the workforce. They're looking for somebody that's gonna lead them and support them. Nobody got into specifics of prior directors and those types of things, but it's fairly evident that there was lack of support, lack of recognition, lack of engagement of the former director with the workforce. Somebody said that they didn't even know everybody that worked in this building. I think they were here 6 years. That's within the first, this many people, it'll probably take me 1.5 years to have all those meetings. It took me about 1 year in Thornton, and then keep going through the list.
Org chart.
It's like, you didn't,
Tuesday.
you haven't met with me yet.
Yeah.
So that's, to me, that's probably one of the key issues that need to be addressed right away, is rebuilding that team and getting them back to a cohesive unit where they're supporting each other. They understand the direction the agency is going, so we're all rowing in the same direction. One of the things I started in the city of Thornton, I do an annual state of the department address. So we talk about the accomplishments from the prior year and what we plan to do the next year, and we talk about our 5-year capital improvement. But I don't do that. I make an introductory statement, I welcome everybody, and then we have our team, mid-level managers and senior managers, make their presentations on their divisions. So they're engaged, they're speaking to their colleagues, and it's not me as the director speaking to the group. I have a very small part on the front of that stage. So it's worked out very well. Again, people are like, I didn't know that, I didn't realize. I mean, the entire workforce, and it'll be a little more challenging here. But it took a little bit of effort, worked with the city manager, but we shut down every facility for a half a day, except the golf course. That one way.
Don't panic, Kate. Yeah, Ken, it's okay.
You can do it on Tuesdays and.
Oh, that's okay.
But, we close we open late, we open at 1 o'clock, and we're so large, we actually have to go to Adams County to their fairgrounds to get everybody, but we bring breakfast in. We do a video where our communications team puts together a video of the different divisions and accomplishments that they've done, projects that are in the works. Again, I do more of the introduction, and then we have team members come up to lead the presentations for their respective areas to share with their colleagues. And we recognize it's called the Director's Award. But each division manager unit nominates a permanent part-time employee to be recognized. And we bring them up on the stage, and we've got a great recognition program. We have a on-the-spot award, which is $50. And colleagues, nominate other colleagues for going above and beyond. And then we have what we call the Distinguished Service Award, which is somebody that goes above and beyond for an extended period of time. And so we give the $250 award to these permanent part-time employees, and we recognize them in front of everybody. So.
Do you invite board members to that?
Yes, I would encourage board members to come to everything that we do. And there's only so many hours in the day, and I have the same issue. I can't be at everything with the amount, but I am at a lot. I believe it's important for me to be seen, to be engaged in the community. So every special event, I am there. Not necessarily at 6 a.m. when they set up, but I get there when the event starts, and I'm there until it's closed. And I'm working side by side with my team, and I'm visiting with elected officials, board and commission members that come out, the public. And it's more of a meet and greet for me. I always step in where I need to, if I need to do a task. And I always got a I've never met a piece of trash I didn't like. I always got a bag with me and I'm always picking up trash. It's just a pet peeve of mine. I can't let litter be on the ground. So those are some of the things, that, that I've done to try to work through some of those aspects.
Anybody else have another question before? So,
I had a question, but I think you've answered it as we've gone along. But I'll just kind of go through the question, and if you have anything to add. But I don't think it needs a complete answer because you've been very complete. On your hiring, when you hire your direct reports, what are the three most important to-dos that they're given? In other words, what do you here, what are you paid for to do here?
The first thing that I look for is personality. They've got to be able to be a part of the team. At this level, I was talking to somebody on the way in, everybody here, the final four, we've got the competency to run this organization. So it really comes down to who is the best fit for you as a board to work with and for the staff to engage with. That's really the decision you're making. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at the table today if you didn't think I could not do the job. And I understand that, and if I'm not the guy, I'm not the guy. That's okay. I'm not gonna get depressed and be upset. It's you hire the best person that you want to lead this organization the way you want it led. But for me, hiring, I tell my team, I said, hire personality. I can teach skills, but if somebody's a jerk, I can't teach them not to be a jerk. And I can give you a great example. We have a young gentleman, no experience in park maintenance. He was a IT tech guy, AV guy, and he just had the most incredible personality, very upbeat, very positive, very initiative oriented, and he has risen through the ranks and he has been one of our best workers. I mean, everybody loves Boone. Boone Waspy is his name. And if you say, do you know who Boone is? Everybody in the community knows who Boone is. He is a gentleman that he's Buddhist, and so when he goes home every night, he reflects on his entire day and he tries to think about things that he could have done better, that he needs to do better the next day. And that is his mindset every day. He's just a phenomenal young gentleman. So that would be that I look at personality. Other than that, they have to have the competencies to do the job, whatever that is, whether it's park maintenance, accounting, HR. Those are sort of the two key things. I don't know if I've got a third one for you.
Well, you don't need to have three, two works well for you, that's great. Well, I'm through, Pam.
okay. So I have one quick one, but before we do that, do you have any questions of us?
I think I've got most of my, well, I don't. The key questions I had are, what are the top three things you're looking for in a director? Although I don't know, and I think the other one I asked was, what are the top, 2 or 3 things you want accomplished in the first, 6 to 9 months?
Okay. So my other question is that, you've done a lot of research that districts, big district, complex, lots of things to keep track of, like programming and maintenance and personnel and all that stuff. What's your favorite thing to do at work?
That's a good question.
Besides pick up trash.
Yeah, besides that.
Favorite thing to do, there's a couple things. So one of the phrases, I don't know if I coined it, but I use a lot. If you don't dream, you'll never do. I use it with our budget office thing. So we can't afford that. We can't. Said if we never dream, we'll never do it. So I've got a unique ability to identify opportunities and make connections to get things done. I love putting the puzzle together. Building consensus amongst the stakeholders, identifying the relationships that need to happen and the the people we can configure to move things forward. I shared, the Easter Lake, Athene North Shore, where we raised $8.6 million in 8 months. Well, it was the easiest campaign we ever did, but it's the fastest. I've never raised that much money in that short time. But it was all about relationships. I met a lady that was a rower who worked on the adaptive rowing program. They were losing their venue. We had a beautiful lake, and that's me. I knew they had access to money. I had $400,000 to do my bathhouse. She happened to be a rowing partner with the retired CEO of Hy-Vee, the largest grocery store chain. He was good friends with the retired CEO of Casey's, the largest convenience store chain.
I see a
So
pattern.
we went out to lunch. I sort of shared the vision of what we're trying to do. And I've been through this process a lot. So in the fundraising area, especially when you're looking at a government that's tax supported and, people, it's like, I pay taxes. Why am I going to give to this? It's the storytelling. What's the story you're telling? Well, we were looking at environmental education. We were providing the most accessible, inclusive public space in the United States, if not the world, that we were aware of. And I made those connections of, okay, Senator Harkin wrote the American with Disabilities Act. His memoirs are at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa. I knew his chief of staff when I was housing director, and I would go to Washington and lobby for HUD funding and CSGB funding. So I went to Joseph Jones, toured their facility, and they told me what they did. They had different people, different varying disabilities to say, how can we make this functional? So they had a gentleman in a wheelchair that was more vertical. He said, well, I hate when I'm in the front because I know I'm blocking everybody in the back. They had a young woman in a sports chair said, I hate when I'm in the back because I can't see anything up front. So they created levels and rampways so people could be anywhere within the system to have that view. So we went through that whole process. We interviewed families with children with disabilities. We worked with the VA. Their biggest question, the biggest concern, not question, their biggest desire for the veterans with disabilities was to fish on the water. Everybody had handicap accessible fishing docks. Nobody had handicap accessible fishing boats. We worked with occupational therapists, physical therapists, Association for the Blind, all these different groups. And we've got a quiet room. So a child that gets overstimulated, instead of having to pack up the family and go home, they can go in this quiet room and de-stress and then see if they want to re-engage. We have a ramp into the lake that individual with disability can independently transition to go swimming. They don't have to be lifted. We have runners in the beach, so the families, whether it's a stroller or a wheelchair, they don't have to be on the fringe in the concrete, and that sand is a barrier to them, but they don't get to be in the sand. So we went through that extensive interview process with different people, and then we would have groups come in and speak to our leadership team about their experiences and what this park would mean to them. So what we started with those four, we had a small group. We identified about 35, 40 people that could contribute 30,000 over 3 years. We invited them in groups of 8 to 10, did a mini presentation. This is the vision. This is what we're trying to achieve. We had a private fundraising consultant and meet with them individually. And we're not asking for money, but what resonated with you, what didn't, so we could change our messaging to make it more effective. And she came out of those. She said, I've got, 3.5 million right now. We can easily raise the money. And then through that process of meeting those individuals, we built our team, because some of the people were super engaged. It's like, you could just tell they wanted to be a part of it. So, it was the who's who of Des Moines. We had CEOs from several different Fortune 500 companies. Like you said, it was phenomenal. It was one of the best experiences that I had. And I've done a lot of that private fundraising. So that model, works.
That's great. So that's your favorite. What's your least favorite?
Least favorite? Well, everybody's least favorite is disciplining. But it's a necessary evil. And I think I said this was Rob. I've never let somebody go where I said, dang, I wish I wouldn't have done that. It's more, man, why did it take so long? Because you just see the culture change of how that person was dragging down that division or that unit. And you've got to address those things when they happen at that time. And again, I don't raise my voice, I don't swear. And so it's a very casual conversation of, this is what's expected, you're not meeting this expectation. You know, can we do a performance improvement plan? This is what I expect, you know, and there's a process. You give them some time to see if they can, do what is expected of them at the level that you expect it to occur. And if so, great, you move on. If not, it's time to part ways.
Yeah.
So, but I love coming in every day. I've been very fortunate in my career to have the opportunities to improve communities that I live in. And, you know, my wife and I will move here. I think it's important for me to live where I work. You know, the city of Des Moines had a residency requirement because we're paid by property taxes. So they wanted your house in the city to pay your salary. The city of Thornton sales tax. Half of our leadership team doesn't even live in the city.
Oh,
And my wife said, can we look around? I said, honey, we've got to live in Thornton. I can't go to the public and tell them about all this great recreation and parks and then say, well, see, I'm gonna go to this community and do my recreation here.
yeah.
Excuse me. So eventually we'll get here. I'm hoping the economy gets a little better from Montford because I've got a really good interest rate right now.
Yeah, that's hard to get rid of.
But that's important to me and my wife understands that and she's a retired teacher. Her parents are in their 80s, so we're living off my income so she can get back to Iowa in a heartbeat if needed.
Okay. Anybody have something else to say?
Yeah, just to make a comment.
Okay.
I read all your stuff with Des Moines and Polk County, because I was raised and went to Drake University, have a couple of degrees there, and so I've recognized of your Easter and raised my and all that kind of stuff in there, so.
You know, and Gross Lake was an interesting project. We had
Yeah, well, it always flooded.
yeah, so we had
I lived about a mile.
so you were there in 93 when we had the big flood in the
No.
water treatment plant?
No,
Oh, you weren't.
no, I left there after, let's see, it was in 66 and never went back.
Oh.
I'm guessing you weren't around then.
13 days.
Yeah.
And so my aquatic, at that time I was the aquatic supervisor and we transitioned from running pools to running water stations 24/7 to cover all 3 shifts of work groups. And I've dealt with FEMA disaster. I managed 3 FEMA disasters in when I was at Polk County, 2 floods and 1 derecho. Sustained 150-mile winds for over an hour and a half. That went almost 2/3 across the state. It was just devastating. So I've got a lot of unfortunate experience in emergency management and emergency operations, working with the federal government. So.
Well, thank you so much.
I appreciate your time.
It's great. We'll see you.
Around again, or we can say thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Doug, thank you. It's great to meet you as well. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
We're ready.
Gonna deal with it.
Yeah.
You busted my.
Oh, you did.
I missed them.
Taking care of them.
Oh, Vic, don't go there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we are ready to get started. Mike, Kathy has a question to kick us off, I think.
So welcome, we're thrilled to have you here. Thank you for the process so far. As you settle in to chat with us, we'd love for you to just, share with us why you think you're the best and ideal candidate for this role.
Sure. So I've been in local government in Colorado for, this is my 28th year. I've been doing this work. I have I like to say I've curated fantastic experiences, interesting experiences through my career. I've been everything from a regional planner to a lobbyist, to oil and gas liaison, to a grant writer, deputy city manager, and then here for 5 years as well. And now at Denver, at the 20th largest city in the nation. So I have really fantastic experience that I can bring. In fact, fantastic and diverse experience that I can bring to this organization. Specifically, my time here and my time in Littleton, and the fact that I live in the district and have for the last 13 years, I think uniquely qualifies me for this position as well. I have been aware of what the district is doing my entire career in the front range. So I know the players. Coming into these meetings have been like old home week for me. I have before I came to this process, even before the initial screening interview and whatnot, I had met with all the city managers already. I took it upon myself to meet with them and kind of understand the position, understand where South Suburban is now, since I've been gone for about 3.5 years, and really understand their concerns. And so I took that upon myself, met with all those folks, and I think I have a better understanding. And just because I've known them for, in some instances, decades, the current city managers are people that I know and work with and have in the past. And so I think my general understanding of the district and knowledge of the district already can allow me to hit the ground running. You've got some folks here that have been either away for a decade or more, or have are from out of state or wherever, and I think that sets me apart from them as well. Some of my experience, because I know asset management and really identifying deferred maintenance, that's what I do in Denver. I oversee the city's facility teams and manage 140 buildings for the city and county of Denver. That need, I can bring that skill to this organization and kind of drive some of that asset maintenance, asset management work, and really get the facilities back on track. I'm known as someone who can bring people together. I'm a collaborator, and it seems like there's some willingness and some need to reestablish some of these relationships with some of these folks that I already have pretty good relationships with. So that's a positive for me as well. And I have one other point. And I lost it.
I identify with that.
I was paying attention to your typing. No worries. Yeah, I'm not gonna get back, but anyway, that's kind of why I think I set myself apart from a lot of folks here.
And when you mentioned collaborator, you're talking about the city, the managers and the
Correct.
county and.
Collaborations with them, as well as, I think moving into the future, this organization is going to have to collaborate with the private sector as well. You're gonna have to look for additional sponsorships. I think there's also opportunities for other organizations within the district and possibly out of the district that will require some collaboration, and really everything's getting more expensive. So you're gonna need partners and partners and partners to do anything.
Very true. So we asked you to take a look at our organizational chart and share with us some of your thoughts of strengths or weaknesses and
Sure.
what you would think.
So do you want me to run through kind of the whole presentation that was asked for there, or you just want me to hit the organization?
You know, you can just start where, on the organizational chart, and if you continue on, that's
Sure.
just fine.
All right, I'll do that. Reorganization. So the organization chart that is here now is not how it was when I left. When Rob and I were together and working together, there were some shared responsibilities. He oversaw some departments, I oversaw a few departments. And now it appears the director of operations has 99% of this organization, and that's not right. So I would definitely look at a reorg. How I would approach it is, administration would include HR, finance, and IT. So I would have three deputies. That'd be the goal. Administration, HR, and IT, or HR, finance, and IT, and administration. I would have revenue programs. So it's currently the director of operations. That would change to revenue programs, and it would include primarily recreation and golf. And recreation, the organization of recreation right now is not ideal. Split with two directors. I've never liked that scenario, and I'd see some way of moving that around. It would require, either change out people or whatnot to do that. But I think that's something that's a real consideration. Strategic initiative manager that's currently there, I believe that's Mindy Albert's position. She's split kind of between recreation and the executive office. So she's kind of a questionable one on where I place her because of the work that she does now. Currently maintenance is under recreation, maintenance, both mechanical and construction. That would move out of the recreation department. That would probably, where I would put that is, I would form a new department, call it something like strategic initiatives is what I was thinking. And it would be parks and open space. It would be planning, maintenance and capital development, and then also strategic initiatives. So whatever kind of board priorities or other priorities we'd be looking at kind of centering in that department. And then that would leave the executive office with me overseeing administrative services director, as well as communications. I would move communications into the executive office, and I have heard throughout this discussion, there's a desire to elevate communication, both internal and external, as well as transparency. And having the communications department report directly to the executive director, I think does that. It shows the importance of communication to both internal folks and external folks, and allows really the communications person to be, in addition to the deputies, right hand to the executive. So, So why? Moving responsibilities for what's now the director of operations to the deputy executive for revenue programs allows for a more manageable span of control, for one. Having essentially the entire operation ran by an individual, there's too many risks associated with that. So it gives a more manageable span of control, better oversight, and level of importance to revenue programs. So when I say program, basically recreation side of the house. If there truly is a desire to grow revenue and to grow that side of the work, that there has to be space for them to think and actually do work. And I think the way it's structured now is not ideal. The new deputy for strategic initiatives, parks, open space, planning, maintenance, capital development gets more of a focus. If asset management truly is a desire to move in that realm, that gives that some ability to those folks to kind of work on that. That's a huge undertaking, especially if there's really nothing currently in the way of asset management. So that gives an opportunity to focus some importance on that, as well as just in general, some of the work that's being done in those realms. And then also allows for space to address some strategic initiatives. I'm going to need help, with an organization this big, with such a span, running from Lone Tree to Sheridan. Really, we need the opportunity to have someone, in addition to myself, kind of push some of these strategic initiatives, and that's why I chose to kind of name it that way. And then also the additional deputy allows me to focus on board priorities, focus on the board, focus on communication, focus on our relationships with local government partners and stakeholders. But most importantly, I think right now, from what I've heard, is focus on a relationship with staff. There's a huge need to build the staff in this organization, develop trust in the executive office, and really just re-engage with the staff. And so that's a huge piece for me, and that's why I prefer to have those additional those 3 deputies, just to allow me to focus on things that I'm sure you feel are a priority as well. So that kind of lays out how I would go. I didn't get much deeper than that, because there's so much. And so really top level is what I wanted to present to you, and hopefully that makes sense. Are there any questions on that, or how I've kind of approached it?
So you said focus on staff and re-engaging. Can you speak a little more about that? How you think you would want to approach something like that?
Oh, sure. So, I think it's real important to get out and actually meet the staff on their turf. And with an organization this size, and the number of facilities and whatnot, that takes time. And so having the time to actually go out and meet with folks, meet with teams, engage them in the work that they're doing, and also inform them of what's going on at the executive office level, as well as the director level, if some material information isn't flowing down. And also, just like, for instance, in Denver, we just held an event in the department that I work in. I handed out popsicles to 100 people in the afternoon, and we were hanging out on the patio on the 4th floor of the web building. And it was just a time for folks to relax a little bit, to kind of take it down a notch. We're going through some significant cuts in Denver. Keith hasn't mentioned this or not, but you got $250 million the city's got to cut. And so we're trying to figure out a way to do that. And people have been told layoffs are on the table. So, it gives folks an opportunity to kind of take a break, and maybe not think about work for a second, and talk with their colleagues and coworkers. So, those kind of events, I think build relationships, not just between the staff and myself, but with the staff, and intercommunication between the departments. So, I think that kind of, that get where you want.
Yeah, I think so, unless somebody else has something. I mean, I think that sometimes when the culture shifts, when there have been a lot of changes and moving about, that there are hard feelings. And it's just human nature that it's difficult to get over some of that. So it's not an easy path.
Oh, agreed, absolutely. Change is hard, and especially for some folks who have been here for a long time, change is really hard. And I think it's to kind of allay those fears. I think you'd have to stress the why. Why are you doing these things? And really, it's just strategic realignment to improve this organization, how we work, and how information flows. I think that's a big piece of it, and just explaining that to folks.
Okay, just anybody else want to go on a different question, a different topic?
Yeah, I'll go, Pam.
Okay.
All right, so Mike, my question is scenario based. So the board is split on whether to prioritize open space preservation, maintenance, or recreation with either a facility or park in the next strategic plan or in the budget. So that's the scenario that we're trying to work with. As executive director, how do you facilitate consensus? How do you move forward without it, excuse me? And how do you approach data collection, telling a story, and transparency within all of that? Because these jobs are complicated. Okay, no, that's totally fine. That's totally fine.
I might have to write some of this down. Okay, shoot.
Okay, so the board is split on how to prioritize either, it could be anything, arguably.
Sure.
Right? It could be open space, it could be maintenance on facilities, or something with a park. So, and this is in our strategic plan or in our budget, so we're trying to discuss it within either one of those two contexts.
Sure.
And I should have written this much better, and I apologize to all of you. As executive director, how do you try to work to get consensus amongst us? Because we look to you for,
Sure.
you know, your opinions on things. And then how do you move forward if you don't get it? And then, how do you approach trying to gather data, tell a story, and then be open as possible within this entire process? Does that help?
Gotcha.
I know it's a rough
I think I
question.
got notes now.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
think how I can do that, so.
Okay.
Strategic plan or budget, so you're evaluating, the priorities. So within the strategic plan, there's a list of prioritization, which is one of the ways that you can, kind of flesh out how, the priority level of a project. So I would look at that prioritization list. Does it serve the values? Does it follow the guiding principles? Does it, et cetera? So I'd be looking at that. I'd be looking at budget and what makes the most sense? What's the biggest return on the investment? So is it maintenance of a park? Is it over the options, open space or repair of a building? Is the repair a critical repair? Is it something that potential failure could occur? I mean, there's a number of factors in there, and you have to weigh each factor and each issue accordingly, and really put forward the best option, I guess. And if it's split, it's kind of looking at those prioritization factors and kind of the what's the priorities, and moving whatever you can forward. If it's how do I move forward? So I would, depending on the board's decision on that, I would move forward however the board decides. I may have ownership in it, but if you make a decision, that's your decision, and that's the decision I have to implement. It's not, my decision or my opinion on whatever it may be doesn't matter at that point. You're the policy people, I'm the implementer. So that'd be my goal, is to move forward and implement the decision of the board. How regarding data and telling a story. So whatever that would be a portion of the decision factors, of course. So that data should already be pulled together if I'm trying to help you decide what to what to prioritize. I would hope that before, give me a heads up. Or if we need to take a break and go pull some information or something, but the goal is that data would be available and that could be used in that decision making piece. And then telling a story. Thankfully, we have a fantastic communications department that can assist in telling that story. I can give them general direction and let them run with it, because I think they're good and can do that. And so and I say that because I think I've hired half of them, so. But regardless, I think telling the story is, I would use some of the information from the board discussion. And relay that information, in a manner that paints whatever decision in a positive light for the organization and for the public.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike.
You bet.
Steve, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Yes. People. Hiring.
Yes, sir.
So, reorganization is, always difficult, but it only works as the people work. And so, when you reorganize, what are gonna be the top 3 things that you tell your staff are their priorities?
Well, it depends on the issue, I suppose, but at least the top priorities for myself for the reorg or
For your reports.
So top 3 priorities in what, just regarding the reorganization, or I'm not following you.
Well, we've reorganized.
Sure.
Now we're working.
Oh, okay, I think I know where you're going.
Okay.
So how do I want them to work, basically?
Yeah.
Sure. I think in this instance, I'd go back to kind of those, the values of the district right now. You know, you're looking at being professional, active, innovative, inclusive. I think those are pieces that you want your staff to live and follow. But use those guiding principles as well to kind of guide work. I think the most important thing, getting more to the point of your question, how I want them to, I think, what they should be relaying to their staff regarding, maybe I'm not following the question, but regarding the reorganization and their priorities, correct?
Kind of. So really what I'm asking, put it another way is, what are they paid to do?
Oh, gotcha. Got it. Well, they're paid to do their jobs, of course.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
what are the three things that they have to do to earn that paycheck?
Sure. Well, I think there's, ultimately, we'd be setting a plan to address whatever needs to happen. So I'd ask them to follow the plan, follow that work plan, whatever that may be. I think there'd be an expectation to set expectations of their staff, to address whatever issue they've been assigned, or, and then also the expectation of accountability that work gets done still. But there's also an expectation that they will coach and mentor their staff in this process. Whether it be because of the reorg or the work that they do every day. I think that's a big component and should be, that should be one of their priorities as leadership. I don't know if I'm answering the question. I don't.
Well, you're there, and I just wanted to follow up by saying that, so what are we gonna do when we get to that third level? You know, how do we know that information's getting
Oh, gotcha.
below to that as well
Sure.
as the first and second?
So you're saying director, manager, supervisor,
Yeah.
level kind of thing?
Right. Because those three, those direct reports to you
Mm-hmm,
need to be 100%.
mm-hmm.
There's some slippage
Sure.
between that and the next level, you know, and the next level.
Well, and I think that comes to the responsibility of me also assisting in delivering that message to some of those teams. So it would be team meetings, it would be discussion with folks and explaining the why the reorg happened, kind of thing. So I think now I'm getting to where you're going, Pete. I think that's how I'd approach that. And if it's something that I need to take on, if it's not flowing down, I can help with that. But there's also other communication methods. You've got hundreds of part-timers that never hear or see any of the folks in this building, or
Right.
rarely ever see them. And so there's means that you can probably reach out to those folks, either by email. In one of the jobs I had, we talked about doing a podcast to reach part-timers, just so they have the ability to push a button, listen to what's going on in the district. One of the things I've done at Denver, we have instituted something called the Monday Minute. And that's a simple email, 3 points for the week, whether it be a leadership point, some activities going on at the executive level, or, we just had a woman who ran the London Marathon. So we included that in there as a celebration of her and her accomplishment.
Right.
So those are things that we've done to kind of get information out and also engage staff and recognize staff for their accomplishments.
The
Am I getting
people
there?
that you've hired, yes, you
Okay.
got it. I was gonna just follow up with your success rate in doing this kind of building
Mhm.
with your staff, because you indicated in your prior interview, you have had to hire a ton of new people.
Yeah, dozens and dozens and dozens, probably 50 people the first year I was there, or less than a year, so.
Wow.
But I came immediately after COVID, and the facilities management team was decimated. They normally have about 80 tradespeople, about 100 staff total. we probably had about 45, 50 staff, no leadership, all leadership walked out the door. The last one left the day before I started. And so I was responsible for literally building all the leadership and facilities management, as well as hiring even some of the trades folks and trades teams. I function both as so it goes director, assistant director, superintendent, and then it's a multiple trade supervisor who oversees the actual team, and the superintendent oversees the multiple trade supervisor. I functioned as essentially the superintendent on up for the entire division for about 5 months or so. And that's difficult, especially when I'm not a tradesperson. But I know how to manage people and I know how to build teams. And so that's what I did. And we've probably had at least so Denver has a process to where you have to stay at the city for at least 6 months for probation. And after probation, then you're locked in. Then you're in the CSA protected status kind of thing. So of the folks that made it through that 6 months, of the 50 or so I probably had to hire, I was probably about a 95% success rate on that.
Wow,
Which is pretty good.
very good.
But I'm not saying everyone stuck around past 6 months. Like there were some individuals who, just because of their performance, we had to terminate. So my numbers may not be that great. It's still in the hundreds, I'm sure, but ultimately, yes, that's the that comes with the territory. So
Well, to hire that many people in that shorter time, anything.
while still running the whole department itself, yes.
Well, and have anywhere close to 90% is, I find, amazing.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. But
So I would like to sort of apply what we're talking about here to your ideas on the reorganization. How do you deal with people and not make them feel that they're being demoted
oh, sure.
or, slid aside?
And I think that comes down to understanding, why you're doing it. Explaining to them that, kind of setting an urgency, like we are the ones responsible for this, we need to fix this. I think it's understanding and recognizing and calling out those concerns. Like, fully, you absolutely should feel that way. And there are, this is happening and this is happening to you. And that's how folks feel this is happening to me and it's impacting.
Right.
And I think it's really calling it out and working with them to work through it. And it's not necessarily, I don't know that in the process that I have, it's not necessarily demotion. You may not report directly to the executive director, or you may not report to a deputy. Well, actually, you probably would be reporting to a deputy rather, but I think that's, it functions for the organization, and that's, you have to kind of explain. But of course, take into account, like they have legitimate feelings about how they're being treated and how they're being approached. And I think that's just calling that out and owning that and saying, yes, you are correct. This is happening to you, and unfortunately, this is what we're moving forward.
Yeah. Mhm.
I made that sound because I see what Mike is saying. When you move somebody away from a person of power, there's a feel of a natural demotion.
Oh,
You have to
absolutely.
address that. So that's why I was like, that was an interesting answer because,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm one step further away from you. What have I done?
Mhm.
So anyway.
And the way I've structured it is everyone is in that same strata.
Mm.
The current org chart has no hierarchy. And that's why I'm addressing it that way. It's you've got managers and directors at the same level essentially. That that's not good.
Yeah.
That's confusing. Flow of information and work doesn't happen correctly then. So.
That's what you're saying.
So I have one more question, but before that, do you have any questions for us? Do you have any?
Well, I take that back. So I've asked most, or the other couple, panels this, but kind of, what do you feel is the best, the highest quality need for, what quality are you looking for the most in this next executive director?
I'll start.
You look like you want to say that.
One word, integrity.
Sure.
I would say stabilization.
Mhm.
I won't just use one word, because I really do. Just true leadership and the ability to drive the kind of change that needs to be happening here, right? Like, this isn't a come in and leave it all how it is.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
how- Like, this is a really transformative moment. So I think a transformative leader who's both willing to do that and capable of that is gonna be just paramount for me as we look at the candidates.
Ken, you wanna mention?
Process is important, right? But results have to be there, and so I want that balanced, because I've worked under both places. Where I don't care how you get there, I just want results,
Mhm.
or, oh, you followed the process but didn't get the result,
Sure,
so. That's what I wanna see,
you want the package.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, I would have said integrity, and I would have said leadership. When she took integrity. And so
It's okay, you can have the same answer.
it's leadership with integrity.
There you go.
And I'm not trying to be cute, but here with my remark, but we need leadership. And rather than the leadership by the loudest voice. And or the backroom leadership. So we need leadership from the executive office.
Sure.
And we need it done with the highest levels of integrity, so that no one ever questions our what we're doing and why we're doing it. It's for the good of the organization and all of the citizens that we serve.
Certainly. No, I totally understand that. I've been doing this work a long time. I've played a lot of roles, at a number of different organizations. And I wouldn't be where I was if I didn't lead, with integrity. And if I weren't ethical, if I weren't, someone that has the ability to approach folks and maintain relationships for decades, people wouldn't stick by me. And so I think I can bring that to this organization.
Maintaining relationships over time is very difficult and time consuming, and it takes special skills. And it is one that our district would benefit from.
I appreciate that. Something else I wanted to add to, and I mentioned this to Rob in our individual meeting. So, when I was asked, during the screening call with Pam and Pete, why I left, I think it's important, and this has been bothering me. I did respond truthfully, saying that Denver gave me an opportunity, really a fantastic opportunity to add to the skills, add to the portfolio of my knowledge, and whatnot, and that's absolutely true. But I also left, I left South Suburban, well, I shouldn't say, I left kind of I left a bad manager, put it that way. I felt, the reason someone leaves an organization, generally a good job, is their boss. I felt unsupported, and I felt, really, just not listened to, no direction, just for, it was increasing over time, and really the favoritism within the organization was starting to bother me. That's why I left, in addition to this opportunity. If Denver wouldn't have come along, I probably would have stayed a little longer, but Denver came along and I left. So, that discussion that Rob, or that question that Rob asked during that interview, I answered truthfully, but I wanted to add that component to it too. I think that's important for you to hear. I'm not Rob, and I hope I'm not pegged as being his deputy and beating him. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more quick one.
Sure.
So this is a large district, you know it well. Lots of moving parts, things going on that the executive director is responsible for. What's your favorite thing
In the district?
to work on?
Oh, to work on.
Yeah, when, in the context of the district.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well, it's like picking a favorite kid.
that's.
We
Right, we did that.
And
you think that
What did
good if you
everyone
want.
say that too?
But we're in public meetings, so the word will spread.
Oh, wow. Well, one of my favorite things to do is really build and mentor staff. I first started doing this when I was in Littleton. I oversaw a number of MPA students. And all of those MPA students now are professionals, mostly at the mid and executive levels, positions. One's a deputy city manager, one's a budget manager, one's a management analyst, slash assistant to city manager kind of thing. And it's been fantastic to see them grow. And I've done that with other staff. There was a management analyst here that I took under my wing and kind of helped with. I'm still in contact with, that we let go during COVID. In Denver, I've offered to mentor a number of folks who are interested in moving into higher level positions. And I think that's important because you have to, at least coming from the public administration side, this is not a sexy job. It's tough. It's tough. The work that we do is rewarding, but it's difficult. We're getting beat up constantly. It's not getting any better. And you have to bring people into the fold and really show them the good side of this, of the profession. And in this case, it's ensuring that folks are developed appropriately and have opportunities beyond their current roles, whether it's here. And frankly, when I build someone, I want to keep them, but really they have options. And so you got to treat people right and make sure that they're developed appropriately so they can go other places too. So I think that's my favorite thing, is watching people grow.
So what's your least favorite?
Well, it's never fun to, like right now, I'm going through layoffs in Denver. That's never fun.
No, layoffs.
This isn't the first time I've had to do that. At this level with the people are scared. I had a person come on to me the other day, is like, I just bought a house, I get laid off. Yeah. And that hurts, that's
Yeah.
tough. So really taking the time to be, thoughtful in how I'm approaching this and who's being selected for kind of the redundancy of the layoffs. So I think that's kind of the worst thing.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, does anyone have anything else they'd like to discuss, or no?
Well, our goal would be that you're so, if you do obtain a job, that you would be so successful, we wouldn't have to lay in.
Oh, I love that, Frank,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
You know, because we have developed a lot of long time career
Oh, absolutely.
individuals. And when the pandemic and we had to cut 10%,
I was here for it, yeah.
you were here.
Yeah, I had to lay off people then too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was unforeseen and who would have known type thing, and no choice. And we would like to always be run in and have as much foresight that when downturns, as opposed to collapses, occur, that we can make the budgets do to keep our key people.
Agreed, and my choice has always been preserve staff as much as possible. In Denver, what we did is we actually held vacancies, and more than we were asked to hold, because we knew this was coming down the pike, and vacancies are a heck of a lot easier to cut than build positions, so.
Thank you.
Good point.
Well, thank you very much. Been a pleasure.
So now we're going out to the happy hour thing?
Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah, whatever.
And right now that we say.
You want,
Bye.
yeah.
And the
So-
camera.
And we are back in, turned on for public
Okay,
meeting. Yeah. Here, you want mine?
Let me share this with you. Okay, so, I've got two sets of debriefs. I sat into the stakeholder, panel, some great interviews, they were fantastic interviews. I'm just gonna do a quick overview real quick. And I'm gonna go candidate by candidate, if that works for everybody else.
Okay.
Our, first candidate was Andy, going through and, tremendous amount of experience with large organizations, very creative thinker. Visibility in his roles, relationships and trust, creating standards of customer service excellence. Strong partner creation background, executive experience on broader topics, very personable, used balance examples, and times, and during those moments where he was even providing examples for the, panel, he would stop and listen. And really, that really resonated with them. He'd stop and listen and really try to hear their feedback, if there was a follow-up to that. A very solid and diverse background. He's very politically astute, strong relationships with staff. His personality came across as very approachable. He has a partnering and a very can-do attitude and thinks outside the box. Very focused and organized. They like that, he calls his dream job. And they also thought it was interesting that his humbleness that he, when the position was open 10 years ago, he had actually considered applying 10 years ago, and he did not. Because he actually felt that I need to have some more executive level experience, and then he had gone into city management, being a deputy city manager with the city, so they liked the humbleness that he was able to identify. It just wasn't the right time at that moment. He's been working at, what they also liked is the fact that starting from the very beginning of his career, he has worked for varying size of cities, which pretty much complement the size of cities that the district partner with. And they like that he could kind of understand that with each of those individually, and having worked with different types of teams. He might have done this on one of your other panels, but he had used the example of really trying to be approachable to the community where he worked. This is in Fairfield. With the community where he worked, he started a challenge called Beat the Director, and it was, whether it was swimming or whatnot. They loved that because it made him very approachable, very fun. And so they really liked that as an example that he was used. And they also really enjoyed when he talked about the building block software, about giving you some data, metrics of, and that inserted also the socioeconomic piece to really understand when it came to equity, it was encompassing. It wasn't, because of, it was all encompassing of how to get data. It's about the organization. It was what they had for, asset maintenance and deferred maintenance. They thought he was just awesome. Examples of how to get into the community, to really engage with them and to listen. They thought he'd bring new life to this role in the organization, and a very strong listener. Came across as very innovative, liked his focus on having high maintenance standards. The only thing that had mentioned, there was only one comment they mentioned that they didn't hear was maybe specific tools and how he was gonna engage with people. But they knew that he would do it. It just, they said it'd be there, but that doesn't mean that it.
which group was this?
This was the stakeholder panel.
Okay,
Yeah.
the
this was all of the
cities.
part- Yes, sir.
That's the
Okay.
only.
It was all the cities, and then it was your two incoming board members that were in there with me as well. Mike, there were a couple panelists that did not think it was a very comfortable interview. They weren't really happy about the interview. They thought that it was a little, whether he's feeling uncomfortable, it was not, he wasn't relaying a lot of the ideas, and they just felt that the posture that he held in that was, maybe I got this, like he was a little too confident in a way, and the way it was coming across. And it did concern him a little bit, because they were not part of the org chart, but that he was coming in immediately with ideas of change, and you're not there yet to assess, because they were asking questions of how would you assess to determine change, but he was coming in with specific ideas of this is how I'm gonna change, and so that was a little unsettling for a few people. Saying that, there was some question of, because he had been here, they didn't know, would it be more of the same? You know, there was just a curiosity of that. There was a question of whether or not they felt that he really truly answered the question about equity. You know, so it was just, I wish I'd heard more about equity and what that meant for him. And some, you know, just felt that there was not, some genuineness into the way that he responded to some of his questions. One concern was that in a response, it was more like an us versus them. Instead of we're all partner agencies of the district, it was one organization versus the other. And that was kind of concerning to them. It was almost like pitting them against each other with a percentage. But there was one circumstance where it was like the poorest district agency versus the wealthiest. And so that bothered them a little bit. But then, you know, there were some that said, you know, it may not have been his strongest interview. They felt that it might have been one of the weaker ones of the four. But they also, having known him for many, many years, that was a surprise. I'll be honest with you, it was a surprise. But having known him for many years, they knew he was a great, you know, a great character. They, you know, several had worked with him before, they really liked him. People liked him. He knew a lot of people. You know, was it a one-off on the interview? I don't know, but they just were very surprised in that interview based for all the other individuals. Let me make sure. I think that was it. Okay, the next one, with Doug, really liked him. He had a can-do attitude, very data-driven, seemed very politically astute. They really liked, you know, his ability, the example he used on the ability to, fundraise. For one, he was not, he was there of the four, he was the least favorite of the four, and wasn't meant to be tacky, but least favorite of the four. He it didn't feel like he had really listened. And, you know, when the question was asked, he didn't really listen. So when they did some follow-up questions at the very end, they just didn't feel he may not have been listening as intently as he could have. Said he seems like really super smart, just wondering if there was a little bit of social emotional intelligence that wasn't kind of coming out in some of his responses. They, you know, liked what he had talked about, and he had mentioned in this with the 100 pennies example of how you would spend that money, kind of taking ownership, using drones and the mapping of how they would do the, you know, looking at the weeds and killing those.
Thing today.
Yeah. You know, some wondered if maybe he would just be better, would he be better in a director role? Not sure, you know, just some of his responses. But they just were not sure how he would be in this role. I do think also in some of the comments there was, when you're now at this point comparing everybody, that's where some of these responses come from. But they did say they liked his commitment to innovation. They, you know, they just wondered how he would do in talking before the board, because being a director, he's not directly engaging with elected officials. It's part of his job, but he's not directly engaging with them. Like you would as if you were a DCM or a current or a former executive director. And it's because he's a director, and so not a city management type of role. They liked the fact that he brought a lot of money. They were very impressed by that, about his ability to have brought some money. With Clay, really liked him. He really touched on accountability. That was huge for them in this role. He's worked in complex environments, and they were very impressed with his answers. They liked how he touched on being open, his honesty, explaining the reason behind things, being a boots on the ground kind of guy, and really get his hands dirty to really kind of get to know and understand what his team does. They were, one individual said they were actually very surprised in a good way by his interview. Very impressed by him. Very genuine. He talked a lot about his, you know, working with his employees, engaging with his employees. Talked a lot about, you know, planning, stakeholder input and getting to know them. Seems like a very super, you know, very hard worker. He talked about he's always involved with meetings and so forth. And they had really liked him. That was my last one. And so would you like me to share kind of how collectively that they had ranked them, or would you like me to hold that? Cause I can go into the leadership group, but I don't know if you would,
I don't know what does everybody feel about that? You think?
I would say no. Oh,
and then, so this.
but I'm one person, you shouldn't stop because
Well,
of me.
yeah,
Well, cause I mean, I know we're debriefing.
Can
and
I ask this question?
Yeah.
Was there anyone they felt couldn't do the job?
I think they were very complimentary of all four, you know, I don't think there was anybody that couldn't do the job at all. They were very happy about it, they'd be supportive about it, there was just reasons why they could have really, they tiered it. There was a stronger tier, if you were to go 2 and 2, they could do that. Overall collectively with the same candidates. So like a 1-2, 1-2, 3-4, 3-4, that was very consistent with everybody, so that strong tier is in there in that group. So, but again, happy with the process, very complimentary of the candidates. Because they also knew this is a board appointment, whatever they decided was the best fit for the position, they would be supportive of that. But they're looking at preferences and the why behind it, so.
If I may ask, so there's two candidates that have worked here in the past. You made a couple comments from what you heard about Mike. Did you hear anything about Clay? Cause he used to work here as well.
Correct, and I think for them, you know, and I actually kind of asked the question as a follow-up, I think it was the timing of how long. Because Clay had been gone maybe 10 years ago, and it's only been a couple of years for Mike.
Okay.
So it's wanting, you know, and again, and Mike addressed it here, he's his own person, you can't pin, you don't wanna pin them to somebody just because they worked under them. But I think you know, it's, and the comment more was, would people ask or wonder, because they worked here, would they be aligned? And so it's always gonna be a question, because you were here, that you left, would it be more of the same? But I think the difference with Clay was that it'd been 10 years versus, you know, 3 years as a deputy. But
Okay.
again, you know, there's nobody that is off the table. I came out and asked, is there anybody off the table? There's nobody off the table for them. So I think that they understand it's an interview. It's what they heard going forward. And it was also just that one interview. That's also a perspective if you know, I would say it's outside, except for 2 of those coming in, it's outside the organization, looking in at candidates and how they would align and engage with those candidates whenever, however, going forward. So some of that also could be that if there was some concern of what wasn't being done in the past, I mean, how does that align? Does that align with something that had previously been here? But it didn't come, there was no assumption of he's just like.
Okay.
Like,
And-
there was none of that assumption.
I might point
Yeah.
out that Clay was here both under the previous
Dave,
executive
yeah.
and the one prior to that, so.
wow,
yeah.
okay.
So he has worked with both.
Okay.
Yeah, so really it is just the question mark of,
Yeah.
would it be more of the same? That, just a question, or would the board, because again, they're going in there blind with their response, would the board feel that way? Would the public feel that way? Would the staff feel that way? That was just a question mark.
Okay, next group was the leadership group.
Correct.
Who did that consist of?
That was the directors, because Deanna was in that one, that was several of the directors were in that group. There is a lot of, I will go and give you some quick overview, but there was a lot of, and how they did have some questions. They did have some questions, but we provided them a QR code. And then they could anonymously have submitted feedback. So that's how they gave their feedback. They didn't debrief with them like I had done that with the panel. But I know Deanna was in there, so she had some insight as well, but I'll go over. I don't know if I'm looking at the time for you too, but I'll go very quickly. So I like how Craig did his presentation, but have significant concerns about his open leadership and collaboration. It seems he may tend, or would he tend to be more of a dictator? I felt like his responses were that of a police officer. I thought Andy did a fantastic job. His presentation was creative and he was able to get the room on his side quickly. Very relatable, seemed to be a great collaborator for information and inclusivity. while directing towards vision. He seems to have done some great community-driven work in the past and in his current role. I thought it was cool that he shared creative ways of connecting with staff all the way down to the part-time style. I thought Mike was very creative as well. It was neat to get to know him through his road trip of a career and a life. He was able to provide answers that would give me the sense of being part of a team while he still had the vision, held the vision for the goals and directives. Very good answers on change management and seems to be genuinely a great and honest person. I did not work with him when he was here last and appreciate why he left and why he wants to come back. He would be a great face for South Suburban. I had a great sense that Doug was on the exact same level as me. Our conversation in the morning and then his answers in the interview left me thinking him and I were equivalent. I could get behind and walk alongside and go to battle for Mike or Andy. Either of them, I believe, could lead the district in the direction it needs to go and can influence and repair the culture. I feel like they could create a positive environment and should be in the leadership team. Thank you for the opportunity. They thought Clay was a problem solver, very decisive, very good communicator, highly internally motivated, and it shows with his certifications. Can expect anyone to have that level of energy. Has been known to steamroll meetings instead of collaborating. Very black and white philosophy. The ideal candidate if you were looking for a law and order type of candidate.
Who was that about?
Law and order.
Like,
I don't, yeah. And then
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah, law and order.
And-
That's
And then it was,
the-
okay, here's the other part. So then the other part of it was very authentic, very passionate about South Suburban. His whole career, would make it a priority to meet all levels of staff on a regular basis upon hire. Would make, I don't know who that's about. I think that's Andy.
Yeah.
Very authentic, yeah, Andy. Would make it a priority to meet all levels, very data driven on decisions and gave concrete examples. The ideal candidate, if you were looking for an out of the box thinker who is determined to ensure that all levels of staff understand the board's vision and expectations. Mike, very known entity both for us and the stakeholders, commented about telling our story, and I think he would excel at whether telling the public, to our staff, or to the partners, knowledgeable of legal and statute-based limitations and rules. Would be the ideal candidate if the board's top priority is to work with our partners. Doug, high energy, very resourceful, has multiple public-private partnerships that went very well, compassionate and motivate to make sure facilities are ADA accessible. Occasionally gave seemingly contradictory answers. I don't want to hear an employee tell me no, followed by if my team isn't pushing back when I'm wrong, then we aren't working well. Would be the ideal candidate if the board wanted to prioritize on public-private partnerships. And I did it once, I'm gonna remove that again. I'm not gonna tell you who they would prefer. Mike, has the understanding of South Suburban and leadership team. He's focused on how he has grown over the past 3 years since leaving for Denver. He discussed his previous roles, in supporting the executive director versus leadership of the executive director, his variety of experience in working with cities and regional partners and developing policy would be a benefit to the district. Discussed the role of telling our story. My past experience with him at Littleton and South Suburban was very positive. His values, staff expertise can be seen as an executive director role. Andy, when asked how he would advance the district's mission, values, and vision, he said he would start by having us grade ourselves again on our values to understand the next steps that need to be improved. I feel this is an important step for South Suburban. I appreciated his experiences outside of parks and recreation and how he's applying those skills. His answers to questions about resiliency, motivating staff, and leading teams through transition tied back to his core values. He provided relevant examples and discussed keeping staff at all levels informed while shielding them from political factors. Where he was only worked within a structure, I'm concerned with his capacity to manage expectations of multiple cities and counties. Clay, I appreciated his desire to understand the why, to build buy-in, build staff and morale, understand why we do things, the way we do things, and implement change. He has a strong skill set in management and desire to build teams, understanding people, changing with time and experience. When he worked with South Suburban, it could be challenging to communicate with and set in his expected outcomes regarding changing of conditions like holding schedules despite delays in weather and material availability. Doug has very vast experience. I do not feel that he understands the complexity of South Suburban. I feel his answers were focused on what we do for South Suburban and not on how to build and advance the organization. Clay has the opportunity to develop his own leadership style and roles after leaving South Suburban, rather than carrying out those of his superiors. Impressed that he dives into learning areas he's unfamiliar with, will ask why programs and services are the way they are before making changes. And he provided 2 examples of initiatives with the building block and winter break from his current employment that he has seen great success from and would implement at South Suburban. Both would be great, and he is the only candidate to give specific examples of tools they would bring to us. His desire to show up and get to know staff within the organization was most apparent and would be a tremendous asset to the organization. This core characteristic is both opposite of our former ED, but also it is so desperately needed in this time of transition. I very much appreciate his ability to provide a different interview character to our team in showing in his personality and what culture would look like under his direction. Mike, his experience over many facets of government would be a great asset to the district. I have also seen from his prior employment, here his ability to build relationships with our partners and board. He also expressed the importance of getting out and building relationships with staff. I also know this is true from when he worked here in the past. He also very much understands culture when he left and the improvements that can be made. He was a pleasure to work with as my supervisor, and a friend of mine in Denver agrees with that as well. Doug is a solid applicant, but perhaps less energy than the others. But in that, I'm not certain. I understand the culture we can expect under his tutelage. I do appreciate his talking about initiatives pertaining to communication with staff and employee recognition programs. Overall, staff are uneasy that the next ED will be selected based on their involvement with stakeholders and not about their crucial involvement to build morale and build staff relationships. We are a very strong organization at our core, but definitely have lots of room to grow with employee satisfaction, relationships, and harvesting ideas and resources. I see Mike and Andy, while I think he understands the organization and the scope, I don't believe his personality is a fit. He seemed to talk at us, not with us. I didn't get a sense of collaboration or flexibility within his management style. Andy, his presentation was creative and he definitely tailored it to the leadership staff. His sense of humor would be a fit, and I do believe he really wants the job. He seems like this would be the next logical step in his career. Mike, I appreciate his honesty about who he is, how he's grown since leaving South Suburban. His biggest asset is that we know he is someone that will value staff, and he has already earned the respect of our city and county partners. He knows that South Suburban needs to move forward and understands how to do that. Doug was well prepared, tons of experience in parks and recreation. However, I don't believe he's ready for the job of this magnitude. He spoke a ton to working side by side with staff. However, I was hoping it would be more high level thinking. Although this is not a ranking. So Andy, great personality. If I were to choose, great personality. He was very knowledgeable about all recreation, including knowledge of South Suburban, where he happens to have grown up. He seemed focused on employee connection, top to bottom, which I think is something missing from our organization. Mike, I'm limited in having worked with Mike when it comes to policy and political knowledge. He is definitely the guru. He knows this organization well and has a good rapport with many whom we worked with. And when he was here in the organization, overall, I believe Mike, I feel like he would be more of a policymaker than a person that the district employees would feel comfortable going to. However, I've heard those that have worked for him, he was very different than he was in the interview, and he's a man about people. So overall, if he was hired, I think he would do fine. Clay, well organized, asset that he has history of employment with South Suburban, seems to have a great attitude and lots of executive experience. I do think that he would be a good fit, but a couple reservations on his management style. The impression I received from him was that his style, and if someone does not fit into his leadership style, there might be issues. And instead of adapting, it would be uncomfortable. But that's just my impression. Otherwise, I could work for him. He's very experienced and knowledgeable. Doug has done some great things in Iowa and more recently in Thornton. Has vast knowledge of workings of Park Recreation District from the ground up through experience and hard work. Some of the impressions I did feel was that he might not fit with the culture of South Suburban. I'm not saying he's. I just got that impression. I just feel like he's more in tune with with accolades. Making sure I'm not rating. Clay seems short in some areas of experience, strong in recreation, but limited in parks experience and limited in golf experience. Didn't seem as flexible as the others. Maybe not as open to feedback from staff. Andy, very good parks and recreation experience, would be very well liked by staff and was the most energetic of the four, easy to talk to. You wondered how he would work with stakeholders. I wonder if he would be a strong communicator with stakeholders, would be 100% turnaround from communication from past director. Mike, very heavy in planning, working with stakeholders, limited parks and recreation in his experience, good historical knowledge of the district and community, would be easy for staff to work with him, would allow staff to complete their responsibility without interference, would work great with the board. Doug, good fundraiser, lots of energy. There was a lot of, I did this and not a lot of giving the team credit for projects. Clay, creative with his presentation, very educated, particularly in safety, actively involved with leadership, CPRA, certified public management, passionate about recreation, knows South Suburban, approachable, trustworthy, and has worked to improve the culture and would be a great fit. Mike has a lot of experience with policy, contracts, regulatory aspects of management, background in grant writing and energy and emergency services, also knows South Suburban, easy to work with and approachable, and he would be a great fit. Andy has a good sense of humor, grew up in South Suburban, wants to be very involved with staff, meeting new hires, and president in facilities, has been involved with many projects and different entities. Doug has passion for special ed and inclusiveness, worked on a variety of projects and programs for recreation, seems more focused than seems more I focused than we focus. All candidates emphasize their core values are honesty, integrity, and communication. These qualities were areas of concern on the previous executive director, so it is encouraging to hear that each candidate prioritizes them. While I believe each candidate would strive to uphold these values, I anticipate varying levels of openness to receiving acting feedback. Moving forward, open communication across all levels of staff will be essential to assure that everyone feels heard and has the opportunity to contribute to projects and initiatives. Andy came across as enthusiastic, authentic, and highly engaged, providing specific examples that showed his ability to build strong teams, foster collaboration, and lead with transparency. He emphasized being present, approachable, and committed to living the district's mission, vision, and values. I believe he'd be a very strong and positive leader, and I can see our team thriving under his guidance. Andy was very enthusiastic and fully engaged the group during his presentation, coming across as authentic and genuine in his responses. He emphasized the importance of being present and getting to know each department. He shared concrete examples of how he actively seeks feedback and communicates transparently. He spoke about building and leading teams, fostering strong relationships, not only with staff, but also the external agencies and maintaining those connections over time. He described meeting with the new hires to help them understand how their roles connect to the district's mission, and he stressed the importance of making all staff feel comfortable and approaching him and the leadership team. He showed a clear commitment to living the mission and vision and values of the district and highlighted his work with community leaders to strengthen the organization he's been part of. He appears approachable and genuinely invested in building an inclusive, connected culture at every level. He provided clear, specific examples that demonstrated his ability to lead the district forward in a positive and effective way.
Can we pause there for just a second? I know we're gonna come up on time. What else do we have to cover here before we leave? Cause she's not gonna be able to get through all that while we're.
No, that's true. And I think we're
And
seeing.
there's kind of a trend.
I personally am impressed that we got
That's.
that much feedback.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Kudos
Yeah.
to the staff
Yeah.
for that.
And you're gonna get for our official debrief, there will be a QR code for tonight. And I think, I'll have to, double check with Jennifer, but that we might even, if we keep the QR code. I don't know if we're going to do it till Monday, I'll check with her, but we for sure will have the QR code for this evening, so there'll be another set.
Okay, now,
copy.
when's our next? What,
Well,
we're
we
meeting?
can't, if I recall correctly, we have to wait till after the 19th.
Yeah.
So I think it might be the week of the 23rd. I don't know that that date has been set yet. I think that we were gonna get with Allison. Is that right?
That week of the 23rd.
We did the 23rd.
That's highly, virtual.
So basically, there's nothing that we can do between now and then. We just have to each digest what we've got and come up with our ranking, if you wanna call it that, what we think.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You said, and I was trying to switch between,
Sure.
I was writing down. Tucker, you read very fast. Someone said, that they felt there was a focus on the I versus the we. Do you remember who that was for? It was, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And we
Read
were
that all
gonna
again.
respond.
I missed a couple of it.
Well, I never speak that fast, but that was because I was trying to get, I was trying to get to talk.
You were gonna say something about the law and order comment.
The only thing I was gonna mention is that Clay had shared with the team that he recently went through the police academy just to be able to learn about.
Well, sure,
So I
that works
wondered-
with them.
So
Yeah.
anyway,
I mean-
Yeah, that's good clarification.
Okay.
And Kylie, shared with me earlier that you have checked with all the references
Yeah.
for each of the four and
I've done
come
a
up with
partial reference.
nothing of,
Partial background, I sent everything to Allison, so she's got it. So that's in her hands. The only question up until we meet on the 23rd would be, and that could be just food for thought, is if you feel like we need to do something else up until the 23rd, if some sort of an assessment or something, just let me know. Cause I think it would be important that if we do, we have that for the debrief. But I will say, whatever we do, that will have to go into a,
Supervisor.
just, she did it to me too. Bring it off.
but that has to, I think, that would have to be open. Public open review, so that's the other thing, is those kind of assessments are not something that you shared in an open public forum.
Yeah.
Kind of like your,
If candidates are aware of the timeline, that
I will,
really won't hear anything for a couple of weeks.
I'm gonna let them know that tonight, because I found when we had our meeting. And they will totally understand, because they know we're under Colorado open meetings law right now. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that.
And Rob, will we be getting any feedback from your interviews? Cause you did one-on-one interviews.
You know, mine were more,
Forming them and stuff.
conversational
Okay.
than questions. And, you know, they were all very inquisitive. I was impressed. All of them have done extensive homework on the district. Certainly, some of them had the ability to visit and do some of those things and had some acquaintances. Actually, one asked me if that would be a detriment to him. One of the people who work here said, "Do you think that will work against me?" And I assured him that, you know, your qualifications are gonna stand on their own. So, you know, I felt good about everyone. I think I certainly, you know, you get a gut feeling on some folks, and that's hard to resist. But overall, I felt like the four candidates brought their A game.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and they were very inquisitive about what's gone on. There's no question that, they were concerned about the culture. And so.
And nothing is deterred, I mean, nothing has deterred the four of them at all. In my
They
opinion.
appreciated knowing what we could tell them, and that, you know, that there were obviously some changes, in the future.
And I do wanna go back and reiterate, because I know that, you know, when I did the debrief with the panel I was in. There, again, there was no question how they felt about, you know, about being able to work with Mike and knowing that he could do the job. I think it was it could be, he knew several people in the room, so maybe it just kind of like, you know me, I don't know, but it was surprising that it wasn't as strong. But I just want to reassure, there was no, we know this person, we know how great he is as a candidate, solid, done some, he's very well liked, very well respected, so it wasn't anything like that.
Mhm.
But I just, I'm not gonna not share, honestly share. But I just wanna reiterate that, cause I don't want that, I saw some faces, I don't want that to land wrong. But I just wanna reassure you that they, you know, they know him, and there's that backing, and I think that's a good thing, is they could be for whatever reasons, you know.
We knew
You've
this
got a
wasn't
great
gonna
problem
be
to
easy.
have, it's not even a problem, you have a great.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, is everyone
We've
coming?
got a roll.
Sports. Public meeting, but we are now adjourned.